Conference etiquette. To ensure you get optimal benefit from the program, we have listed a number of points to facilitate an enjoyable event. 1. Audience participation. This is an interactive platform and questions are encouraged, particularly in our panel discussion. Please state your name and organization before posing your question. Should you prefer, specific questions can be left in writing at the information desk prior to the presentation to ensure the content is covered as appropriate. 2. Access pass. Please wear your name tag at all times, which you have been provided with, both as a courtesy to other delegates and for efficient delivery of message. If there are changes that need to be made, please ask the registration desk to print you another one. 3. Copyright. Please note that all documentation is under the copyright of AIHS events and the relevant speakers may only be reproduced with relevant permission. The views and information expressed are the opinion of the author and speaker and not necessarily of the Africa International Housing Show. 4. Cell phones. Kindly ensure your cell phone is turned off or on silent mode during the proceedings. 5. Information desk. Kindly address any queries, requests, or concerns at your information desk. 6. Dietary equipment. Please advise the information desk soonest of any special dietary requirements so as to allow sufficient time to make the necessary arrangements. 7. No smoking. Please note that a strict no smoking policy is observed at all times in the conference and dining facilities. Smoking facilities are available outside. Ethics and Code of Acceptance for Exhibitors and Exhibitions of the Africa International Housing Conference. The Housing Conference is committed to maintaining the highest standards of professionalism and ethical conduct in all aspects of its events, including exhibitors and exhibitions. This Ethics and Code of Acceptance outlines the principles and guidelines that exhibitors must adhere to in order to participate in the conference. Compliance with laws and regulations. Exhibitors must comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and industry standards related to housing, exhibition, advertising, and sales practices. These includes, but is not limited to, laws concerning fair housing, consumer protection, advertising standards, and data protection. Integrity and professionalism. Exhibitors are expected to maintain the highest standards of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct throughout their participation in the housing conference. This includes refraining from engaging in any deceptive, misleading, or unethical practices, and treating conference attendees, staff, and fellow exhibitors with respect and courtesy. Truthful and accurate representations. Exhibitors must provide truthful and accurate information about their products, services, and offerings. Any claims, representations, or statements made must be substantiated and not mislead or deceive conference attendees. Exhibitors should avoid making false, exaggerated, or misleading claims about the benefits, features, or performance of their products or services. Compliance with exhibition guidelines. Exhibitors must adhere to the exhibition guidelines set forth by the Housing Conference. These guidelines may include rules related to booth design, size, display materials, signage, demonstrations, and other aspects of the exhibition. Exhibitors should familiarize themselves with these guidelines and ensure full compliance. Respect for intellectual property. Exhibitors must respect intellectual property rights, including trademarks, copyrights, and patents. Exhibitors should not display, distribute, or use any materials that infringe upon the intellectual property rights of others unless they have obtained the necessary permissions or licenses. Protection of personal information. Exhibitors must handle personal information collected during the conference in accordance with applicable privacy laws and regulations. Exhibitors should implement appropriate measures to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and security of personal information and obtain necessary consents for the collection, use, and disclosure of such information. Prohibited activities. Exhibitors are prohibited from engaging in activities that are illegal, discriminatory, harassing, or offensive. This includes, but is not limited to, the distribution of unauthorized promotional materials, engaging in aggressive sales tactics, or any behavior that may disrupt the conference or create an uncomfortable environment for attendees. Non-endorsement. Participation in the housing conference as an exhibitor does not imply endorsement or approval by the conference organizers. Exhibitors should refrain from making any statements or suggestions that imply endorsement or approval by the conference.
unless such endorsement or approval has been explicitly granted. Enforcement and consequences. Violation of these ethics and code of acceptance may result in the exhibitor's removal from the conference, cancellation of booth space, and or prohibition from participating in future housing conference events. The conference organizers reserve the right to take appropriate action in response to any violations as deemed necessary. By participating as an exhibitor at the housing conference, you acknowledge your acceptance and agreement to abide by these ethics and code of acceptance. Failure to comply may result in sanctions as outlined above. Ethics and Code of Acceptance for Exhibitors and Exhibitions of the African International Housing Conference. The Housing Conference is committed to maintaining the highest standards of professionalism and ethical conduct in all aspects of its events, including exhibitors and exhibitions. This Ethics and Code of Acceptance outlines the principles and guidelines that exhibitors must adhere to in order to participate in the conference. Compliance with laws and regulations. Exhibitors must comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and industry standards related to housing, exhibition, advertising, and sales practices. These includes, but is not limited to, laws concerning fair housing, consumer protection, advertising standards, and data protection. Integrity and professionalism. Exhibitors are expected to maintain the highest standards of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct throughout their participation in the housing conference. This includes refraining from engaging in any deceptive, misleading, or unethical practices, and treating conference attendees, staff, and fellow exhibitors with respect and courtesy. Truthful and accurate representations. Exhibitors must provide truthful and accurate information about their products, services, and offerings. Any claims, representations, or statements made must be substantiated and not mislead or deceive conference attendees. Exhibitors should avoid making false, exaggerated, or misleading claims about the benefits, features, or performance of their products or services. Compliance with exhibition guidelines. Exhibitors must adhere to the exhibition guidelines set forth by the Housing Conference. These guidelines may include rules related to booth design, size, display materials, signage, demonstrations, and other aspects of the exhibition. Exhibitors should familiarize themselves with these guidelines and ensure full compliance. Respect for intellectual property. Exhibitors must respect intellectual property rights, including trademarks, copyrights, and patents. Exhibitors should not display, distribute, or use any materials that infringe upon the intellectual property rights of others unless they have obtained the necessary permissions or licenses. Protection of personal information. Exhibitors must handle personal information collected during the conference in accordance with applicable privacy laws and regulations. Exhibitors should implement appropriate measures to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and security of personal information and obtain necessary consents for the collection, use, and disclosure of such information. Prohibited activities. Exhibitors are prohibited from engaging in activities that are illegal, discriminatory, harassing, or offensive. This includes, but is not limited to, the distribution of unauthorized promotional materials, engaging in aggressive sales tactics, or any behavior that may disrupt the conference or create an uncomfortable environment for attendees. Non-endorsement. Participation in the Housing Conference as an exhibitor does not imply endorsement or approval by the conference organizers. Exhibitors should refrain from making any statements or suggestions that imply endorsement or approval by the conference, unless such endorsement or approval has been explicitly granted. Enforcement and consequences. Violation of these ethics and code of acceptance may result in the exhibitor's removal from the conference, cancellation of booth space, and/or prohibition from participating in future housing conference events. The conference organizers reserve the right to take appropriate action in response to any violations as deemed necessary. By participating as an exhibitor at the Housing Conference, you acknowledge your acceptance and agreement to abide by these ethics and code of acceptance. Failure to comply may result in sanctions as outlined above.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to welcome you to day 4, which is the climax of this African International Housing Show. A sincere apology for starting a little bit late. We have started this program since Monday. We've been having exciting and transformational session that surely will affect the sector. And today is not going to be different. We believe we will be having a great session today that will surely add value to what we have been experiencing since we started the program on Monday. This morning we will be starting this session, which is basically Dangote session. And we will have the privilege to listen to what Dangote have been doing to affect the real estate sector. So we'll be bringing them up this morning, and we trust that we'll have something to take home from the presentation that we'll be having this morning. Once again, we want to welcome you to this day. We have so many programs lined up for today. We are also going to be having another section on National Housing Data Center. It's also going to be an exciting section because we have been having serious issues with data collections and data management in this sector that has not really helped us to come up with the information we need to really drive the sector. So it's another section that we should also look out for. And of course, the climax of this event will be the gala and award night in the evening to round up this year African International Housing Show. So without wasting time, we like to call on the officials of Dangote Cement for this their special day. And to start, we need to rise up for the national anthem to take us into the main section. Please, shall we rise up for the national anthem, please? Thank you very much. You may be seated. Once again, we'd like to welcome you to this session. And before we continue, we'd like to introduce some of the key officers of the Dangote Group that are here with us this morning. And first on the list, we have Mrs. Fatima Aliko Dangote, the Group Executive Director, Commercial Operation, Dangote Industry Limited. Oh, okay. Atlanta, she's on the way. Mr. Rabiu Umar. As a recap of some of the things we have done here while we are waiting to receive them, and the word of this program, we have members of the Senate President, represented by Senator Ekpenyong, declared this program open. And one of the key factors that we had at that opening session was a promise to collaborate with the practitioners of the real estate to drive the housing sectors. As we all are aware, we'll be having issues with particularly mortgage in Nigeria. So we have a promise from the National Assembly to support whatever we have been doing here. And we are hopeful that this year, international conference will surely change so many challenges that we've been facing in the mortgage sector. Apart from that promise from the National Assembly, the workshop looked at creating and maintaining data platform for the Nigerian housing market. And the good thing about this session was that every stakeholder, the principal factors involved in collation of data in this country were represented at that session. We have a representative from Central Bank, representative from NMRC. We have representative from the National Population Census. We also have representative from the Shatter Afrique. And of course, you agree with me that we need information, we need data to assess whatever informations and the fundings that we require in driving this section. So the important thing that we derive from that section is that all of these people involved are coming together to drive information management and data system that will help us to gain access to all the information we require to drive the sector. So if we have not achieved anything in this year housing show, if that is the only thing we have achieved, we can be rest assured that we are moving very close to finding lasting solutions to the issues of data gathering and data management that will enable us to have access to the required funding required in the sector. Apart from that, we also look at the perspectives on the National Housing Strategy 2023, what we need to do differently. At the tail end of the last administration, there was a housing policy tagged Perspectives of National Housing Strategy 2023 that was launched. So the idea is to give us a pathway for us to have a positive housing policy that will drive the sector. So at this year's event, a group look at that issues, and there are so many resolutions that were made that will help to drive the sectors. And on day 2, we look at affordable housing, the climate change, sustainability, and green investment. We also look at rethinking end users finance report on real studies on refinancing end users on low income. Yesterday's session was very fantastic. One of the take home of yesterday was the discussion on prop tech section, where it was also agreed that all the IT related policies should come together to drive the sector with digital information system that will help people to have access to funds, to have access to materials, and all the required digital system that we move the sector forward. So, today being the climax, we are starting off with the Dangote Day, like I earlier mentioned, and we have them here seated already. First, we have Mrs. Fatima Aliko Dangote, Group Executive Director, Commercial Operation Dangote Industry Limited, here with us. Still on her way. Okay. We have Mr. Rabiu Umar, Group Head Sales and Marketing, Dangote Cement PLC. Okay. 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 Rise up. Let's people recognize you. Sorry. We also have Mrs. Fumi Sani, National Sales Director, Dangote Cement PLC. We also have Mr. Bankole George, Regional Director, North Central, Dangote Cement Limited, PLC, sorry. Also with us this morning, Mr. Ayodeji Aniki, Head of Technical Sales, Dangote Cement PLC. So without wasting time, we be acquainting you with some of the personalities that we have here. But before we do that, we like to invite Mr. Ayodeji Aniki. We like to invite Mr. Rabiu Umar, the Group Head, Sales and Marketing, for the opening remark, please.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Dangote special day at this year's housing show, the Africa Housing Show. May I crave your indulgence to stand on existing protocols? I'm deeply honored to stand before you today to share a few remarks on how we at Dangote Cement are contributing to the dream of every African for shelter as one of the basic needs of mankind. Housing or shelter is a major primary need of man. Compared to other needs, housing keeps a man safe or people safe from the effects of the natural and social hazards. It is in this regard that Africa's best brains gather here on a yearly basis to proffer solutions to man's second most important need after food. And this year marks the 17th edition of holding the Africa International Housing Show, which is commendable. 17 years is quite commendable to have the kind of quality and participation that we see year in, year out at this event. It therefore calls for reflections on the achievements of the show in providing affordable housing solutions for the people, as well as the challenges encountered along the way with a view to finding lasting solutions. And our continuous participation in this fair as a business is due to our conviction that this gathering has meaningfully impacted on bringing up ideas and forging ties that would help provide shelter across board. It is on this note that I want to welcome you to our special day at the Africa International Housing Show 2023. This fair has emerged as the largest housing and construction event where ideas on shelter are sold and bought for the over 1 billion people on the African continent. The housing fair has also provided an opportunity for different people to have a better understanding of what is happening within the housing construction space, be it a construction company or it's a financing house or it's an individual home builder that basically wants to have a house or wants to build a house. I therefore commend the organizers of this event, and specifically the International Housing and Construction Show Limited, for being consistent and for bringing people together for 17 years and creating the platform that allows people to share ideas and get solutions to their needs. The quality of the planning and participation is very good, and this naturally will lead to the question, which is aptly captured in the theme for this year: beyond the rhetoric to homes. What happens beyond the conference? In as much as housing is a primary need of man, the question is, do we have enough houses for Nigerians or for Africans? Of course, the answer is a resounding no, and the statistics are not too palatable. Nigeria, like many other developing nations, grapple with a significant housing deficit. According to reports, Nigeria's housing deficit was at 7 million in 1991. Depending on who you are talking to today, it ranges between 17 million to 28 million. According to the World Economic Forum, Nigeria's population is expected to rise to 400 million by 2050. And I think this calls for us to pause and ask the question: 2050 is less than 30 years from today. Now, a country that is grappling with a housing deficit that has been growing at a staggering rate from 7 million in 1991 to 28 million as at this year. What is the progression? What do we expect in the next couple of years? I put it to you that perhaps beyond security, housing is the next most important issue that this country needs to fix. The accuracy of this data is sometimes suspect. However, it is an opportunity for us to start dimensioning the size of the problem. And I think, if nothing, that is something we should leave here clear about. Housing is a crisis. Housing deficit in the country is an issue. And of course, as a growing nation, we all need to find solutions beyond the rhetoric, as the theme of this year's suggests. It is estimated today, interestingly, that over 40% of our population live in urban areas. And we can see the effect, be it Lagos, you look at Abuja, you go to the north, you see what is happening in Kano, for example. Some specific urban locations are getting a disproportionate amount of migration. What that means is that the fragile infrastructure is basically stretched. And at the same time, the other locations that people are living, economic activities are not as buoyant. So what that what that means effectively is we're putting the fragile infrastructure at risk. And of course, we can see what is happening in terms of traffic, in terms of poor roads, in terms of being able to provide potable water or the basic infrastructure that the society needs. And this trend that we're seeing needs to be matched with new housing schemes that allow people to live wherever. Connections in terms of rail, in terms of roads, in terms of basic infrastructure. Because without that, what you tend to see is that people are moving towards the center, where in their minds you have better infrastructure, in addition to security. And this disparity in the growth metrics between the two has resulted in this housing crisis that we're facing. What are the challenges of affordable housing? I think the rhetoric year in, year out, everywhere you go across the world, affordable housing, affordable housing. But beyond sitting down and having conversations like this, what are the real challenges? I've spoken about urbanization, which is an issue, lack of planning and adequacy of policy in regard to creating the platform for people to build their houses. You have the issue of high cost of buying land. It's a big problem. How does somebody today, minimum wage in Nigeria between 30, 40, or 50,000, let's even call it 100,000. How does somebody who earn 100,000 naira today ever hope to get a house? And we all know, at least in Africa, it's a badge of honor to own your own property. So everybody, from the security person to the top of the food chain, everybody wants to own their property. You have the issue of rising cost of construction materials, lack of the infrastructure, and inadequate housing demographics. So today, for example, who can tell us what is the real housing deficit? You hear numbers up and down, but if I were to ask the question, what is the housing deficit per state, per local government? What are the number of people that are living there, and what is their economic standing? Because if we don't understand where people are from an economic standpoint, how do we create solutions that work for them? I may come up with a very nice looking mortgage proposal, but probably only maybe 5% of the population in a particular state can afford it, which means that ab initio is dead on arrival. Issues of funding are also an issue when you look at mortgage. Mortgage is supposed to be the way in most climates people get their own shelter. It's only in Nigeria that we're expected to cough out the 100% of the cost of acquiring a property. But ordinarily, mortgage is the institution that drives at least between 60 to 80% of home ownership schemes across the world. So the question is, as a business, what are we doing? So to help in addressing the shortage, Dangote set up a department, and that department is designed to attend to the challenges of real estate development in our markets. And we did this with the understanding that we have basically two key segments. You have the trade, where you have distributors who buy cement from us, and they distribute it across the channels to wholesalers, to retailers, and it ends up with the end users, depending on whatever type of end user you have, whether it's an individual home builder or it's a small contracting company. On the opposite side, then we have the corporate companies like Julius Berger, for example, who are big construction companies. Julius Berger today is one of the listed key listed companies in Nigeria on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. But we have noticed there is an emerging segment, and that segment is the real estate developers. Real estate developers don't have exactly the same needs as a big corporate, but they also do not have exactly the same needs as an individual home builder. So what did we do? We tried to create a department to focus on crafting solutions and offerings that speak specifically to that segment. And the idea is beyond just selling cement, is to look at project partnerships, collaborations, and participation in real estate development initiatives within the country. And part of our efforts towards ameliorating the housing shortage is also by the size. It will interest you to know that 20 years ago in this country, cement was a scarce commodity. You pay and you wait for 6 months to sometimes even more for you to get cement to do your construction. Um, Taking advantage of the federal government policy at that time, we have invested in perhaps the largest cement plant in the world in terms of capacity. Today, Nigeria is a net exporter of cement, moving from a country that for over 40 years, in spite of having cement plants in various states of the country, we have been importing bulk cement. Effectively, we were exporting our jobs and importing finished goods. There's nothing bigger than the size of the investment that Dangote Cement has made in making sure that at least in the country today, we have more than adequate capacity. As a matter of fact, capacity utilization in Nigeria today is not up to 60%. What that means is even as we keep growing as a nation, there's an opportunity. We already have the capacity built in to cater to the needs, cement needs of the country. We have also invested significantly in a dedicated fleet of trucks. Now, a lot of people don't have a good understanding, but today we have one single price across Nigeria. As we all know, it costs money to move goods from point A to B. But the only reason why we're able to have that system is because of the significant investment that we have made in making sure that we can distribute cement countrywide. We have also made sure that we're close to the customers by making sure we have what is called the depot, where you can walk in and basically make inquiries, buy your cement, and move on. We are also trying to make sure that beyond just the cement itself, we are also digitizing the process of engagement with us as a business, as well as creating solutions, innovative solutions. And I'll speak to some of them. For example, we have what is called the sulfate-resistant cement, which is the cement when you have locations that have the riverine areas, for example. Construction is not just to build, it's also to make sure that what you build can stand the test of time. And as we know, there are very few standards that we adhere to when it comes to construction, because I can use one bag of cement to produce 30 blocks. I can use it to produce 60 blocks. And that's one of the issues we see in terms of the causes of building collapse, for example. We are open. The whole idea, we want to ensure that what we provide to the market meets international standards. And today I can guarantee you our cement plants are one of the best in the world. Our entire process, start to finish, is automated. We have robots. We have robotic labs ensuring that whatever comes out of our system is 100% okay. Because if it is not, the process doesn't need human intervention. It will stop itself. We're also making sure we partner with critical stakeholders, standards organization, builders association, instead of quantity surveyors, instead of architects, Koren, Nigerian Society of Engineers, and the rest, to make sure that we join hands in making sure that there's a development in the sector in terms of keeping to standards, in terms of new innovative solutions and all that. Our efforts are targeted at making sure that the end user have full understanding of the properties of the different offerings that we have in the market. And that is why we have a very strong investment in a technical team that, beyond just selling cement, offers solutions and guidance on the use and application of the different products that we have. We ensure that our artisans have full understanding of the prescribed standards. Like I said earlier, people try to use a bag of cement to produce more blocks. And one of the things we have been investing in is we have actually created a cement called Blockmaster that is designed to cater to the needs of block molders. But beyond that is also to spend time understanding the chemistry that happens between the sand, because sometimes the type of sand affects what you get as an output, the amount of water and the mixed ratio you have. And also to sensitize them, keep sensitizing them on the need to adhere to the standard to make sure we don't have building collapses up and down. I also can inform you, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the ready mix space. So for those that are into construction, that's an area that we as a business have decided to go into. And we hopefully will start before the year runs out. And we have a 5-year plan to become the biggest ready mix business in the country. It will help to address some of the issues that come up with regards to site mix. Sometimes getting it right is an issue, and this always leads to all sorts of issues. But beyond even getting the site mix right is also to address one of the issues, to plug the 28 million housing deficit. The speed of execution needs to be increased. How do we do more? One way to do more is by the use of formwork technology. To use formwork, you need concrete. If you cannot make the concrete quickly enough, of course, it means you cannot use the formwork. If you get 50 formworks for 50 houses, you can actually build 50 houses every 3 days, effectively. Once you have done the base, it means that if you have a plan to build, and I've seen this in other climates, you have a plan to build 1,000 houses, you can do it in under 3 months. All you need to do is to invest in the formwork technology. And of course, we use all sorts of formworks today in Nigeria. But what you find is most of them are not reusable because most of them are wooden formworks. But if you use an aluminum formwork, which is a bit more expensive, you can use it more than 100 times in some cases. So what it means is what you pay more in terms of acquiring the formwork, you get in terms of getting the speed right. We're also investing in technology to improve and reduce the carbon emissions on the products we produce, because we are also an eco-friendly company. We have sustainability goals that we want to achieve. So we are not just producing more and more cement, but we are also investing in making sure we reduce the carbon footprint that comes out as a result. And we are also trying to make sure that in every region in the country, we have a factory to the extent possible. So that way, the product is close to the customer. I've spoken a lot about us. The question is, how does that help this entire situation regarding the housing deficit? We have a few ideas that I would like to share in this regard. We would like to propose that the government takes a look at tax credit for housing. I don't know how many of you know of the Lagos, the road, Apapa Oshodi Expressway in Lagos. As a business, if you go and look at that road today, that is perhaps the single largest economic road in this country. And Dangote took a view to use tax credit for roads. In 2019, there was an act that was signed, and it allowed companies to use taxes to build roads. Today, I'm happy to say that it's so easy to get into Apapa there's not a single pothole. So we would like to propose that there's a look at tax credit for housing. It doesn't mean that the company that is doing it has to be in the housing segment. No. But it's a way to give back to the society, and it makes the speed of execution much quicker. And it also takes away the risk or the issues regarding project management from the government. And I think adopting this model, the government can sign an agreement with willing estate developers, financial institutions also, even the banks can participate if they are interested, and other private sector players in taking advantage of this strategy. It will result in quicker execution and closing the gap in terms of housing much, much quicker. Another idea we are putting on the table is the PPP on large-scale housing programs. We have seen how public-private partnerships have helped in, creating infrastructure. For example, the Lagos Terminal 2 was built over almost about 20 years ago. These are all examples of how government working with the private sector can speed up the closing the gap. And we can also try to encourage the use of local materials. As much as possible, how much can we use locally? One of the key challenges regarding housing today is that a lot of the materials you use are imported. A lot of estate developers today have sold houses and they are not able to deliver the houses. And the reason is they sold the houses when exchange rate was probably 360. Today, exchange rate is about 700 or 800. So the cost of a tile from China is the cost of tile from China. So how do you close the gap? And that is one of the key areas that will help in speeding up that. So how do we encourage the use of local material? As much as possible. Can we take a look at designing a house that probably has, as if possible, zero content in terms of what we bring in from outside? And if not, can we take advantage of the AFCFTA that is supposed to allow goods and services to move freely within Africa? Why do we bring things from China when we can buy some of that from Kenya or from wherever it is on the African continent? Another area is also to deepen the support in terms of capacity of cement. We have invested heavily. There are other players in the sector, and we feel the government can help in supporting these companies further. Apart from that, I think we also want to propose strongly that education is a key area. Today, until the day I want to build my house, typically we don't even understand what is happening in the construction space. Apart from those who work in the sector, you have a lot of artisans that get trained, sometimes not in the right way, and they become bricklayers, or you have site managers that have no idea about construction. So this is another area that we feel investing in training, which we have done significantly and are willing to partner with the Africa Housing Show to keep deepening that space. Because there's no way we can grow capacity of building materials if we're not also building the human capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, the housing deficit in the country and on the continent is daunting, but it also presents us with an opportunity to shape the future. I believe that this annual gathering should go beyond the rhetoric. We should all work towards proffering concrete solutions. We should all keep the positive mindset and keep working at finding solutions, creative solutions that will solve the housing crisis. I would like to thank you all for listening, and I would like to also invite you after the show to come to our stand and interact with our people. As a business, we'll continue to do our own bit to support the laudable goals of the federal government and Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can do better than that, please. The opening remarks by Mr. Rabi Umar, Group Head Sales and Marketing, Dangote Cement PLC. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker from the Dangote Group will be Mr. Ayodeji Aniki, Head of Technical Sales, Dangote Cement PLC. He's speaking on unique proposition of the Dangote Cement brand. A round of applause for him, please. You know that the Dangote group is very strategic and unique. Who remembers during the elections, there was this advert on Emi Lokon. Do you remember? I don't know where they got that from, but that was very, very strategic. A round of applause for them.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I would like to welcome you once again to this session. First, I want to just present to you the uniqueness of our products. If we generally look around the country today, we'll see that Dangote we produce different brands and grades of cement. They are for a purpose. We don't do a one-size-fits-all. But we believe that there are some cement you can use for a specific purpose to achieve a good result and at a lower cost. We have 4 brands here. Outside the 52.5 that is mainly used by the heavy construction industry, we have the 3X 42.5R, which is the rapid setting 42.5R. This you can use to produce products that you actually need a quick setting time, and also, for example, for block making, and also to use it for concrete work that you need to accelerate the process. The Dangote Blockmaster is, we actually looked at a situation where block makers are losing they are losing their lands and they have to make use of very small area to produce their blocks. And in that wise, we now looked into producing Dangote Blockmaster for both concrete work, heavy concrete work, and also heavy concrete and high strength work, and also for block making. This will allow the block makers to cast and demold on time to increase their productivity. So Dangote Blockmaster is actually targeted for that. For the 42.5N, it's a general purpose cement, but it's always good when you use it for heavy castings, where you need a low heat of hydration, so that your concrete work will not result into cracking while setting. Then the next one is the Dangote Falcon. Falcon is mainly produced for plastering, laying of blocks. Recently, we have discovered, after doing a little laboratory work, that you can also use it for screeding in a situation where color does not matter. We use it for screeding because of the technology that is available to us to produce a very fine powder of the cement. And that is why we recommended it for screeding. You can buy it at almost half the price of a white cement that we use in doing the screeding in the houses before painting. So the Dangote Falcon also, as it is, we are encouraging people to use it for tiling and also for plastering. And in areas where you need to do some screeding to prevent the bleeding of cement. Bleeding is a situation where water just passes through the surface of the cement to the surface. Or in the situation where you are in a swampy area, you can use it to screed the floor and to prevent water from coming to the surface. Outside this, we also have the 52.5, which we use for heavy construction where ultra high strength of cement is required. This one goes inside bulk tankers. We don't put it in bags unless it is specified by the customer that they actually want it in bags. But we put it in jumbo sacks and also inside bulk tankers. And this is a cement being used by industrial mineral groups, like those people producing the roofing sheets, like Nigerite, Emenite, and they're also used by the heavy construction company like CCECC and Julius Baja. So with this, I have a video presentation that will be presented here. The video presentations are available in English, French, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and in Pidgin, which everybody can relate to. So These videos, as time goes on, you find it on our website that you can access and actually learn about our cement and the different applications you can use the cement for. So please, studio, can you put the video on? Then after which we could go for the question and answer sessions. Presentation of application methods of different cement products produced by Dangote Cement PLC, Nigeria. In this video, we are going to be talking about the simple quality checks required by the end users to ensure that they are using the right product from Dangote Cement PLC. We will also be looking into the application methods of the different products, that is on how to use it, and the cost benefits of using each type of product. This video will also show you the features and advantages of using the different types of cement.
We are presenting to you the 4 brands of cement produced by Dangote Cement Nigeria PLC. Each brand is produced and tailored to meet specific application needs for various end use, ranging from concrete works, building and constructions, block making, floor finishing, flooring, and the list goes on. First, we have the most visible cement brand in the Nigeria market, which is the 3X 42.5 grade cement. 3X stands for extra strong, which means we promise that at the end of curing time, additional strength is added to the 42.5 MPa. Extra life. This is a promise of durability for all products made from 3X. Extra yield. This is a promise of excellent spread of cement so that more yield can be achieved with same quality. We also have the 3X 42.5R variant of the 3X brand, which is the rapid hardening version of the 3X 42.5N. Next, we have the Emperor of Concrete Works, made with pride and over-engineered for high-strength demand concretes, concrete blocks, load-bearing sandcrete blocks, non-load-bearing sandcrete, special sandcrete blocks, hence the name Blockmaster. This is a 42.5R grade cement, which means after 28 days curing period, the strength of the mortar is greater than or equal to 42.5 MPa. The R behind means it's a rapid setting cement that is able to gain early strength faster than the normal setting cement. This comes into play for concrete and sandcrete work, as the strength in less than 6 hours will be able to withstand external lightweight forces, and in 2 days it would have achieved more than the minimum strength requirement. All our products also have a standard packaging weight delivery of 50 plus 1 kg, which means we deliver 50 kg bags of cement to all our customers with 1 kg weight addition. We also have a red label 42.5R grade cement. This product is produced in Nigeria for exports to other neighboring countries. It has the same qualities as the 3X 42.5N, only that it is rapid hardening. And now to the last, but not the least, and the youngest of the family of 4, is the Falcon Quickset. This is a proud product in its right, as it is a master and a champion in its class. The Falcon Quickset is a 32.5R grade cement, which means it will achieve a 32.5 MPa compressive strength after the requisite curing period. As previously said, the R means it is a rapid hardening cement with ability to grow early strength faster than the N variant. We will shortly be looking at their best fit applications. One of the everyday applications of the 3X cement and the Blockmaster cement is in production of concrete blocks, load-bearing sandcrete blocks and non-load-bearing sandcrete blocks. Blocks as generally used for partitioning, insulation, load-bearing walls and foundations. We have the different families of blocks, namely the hollow blocks, solid blocks, perforated blocks and interlocking blocks. The standard thickness of the 9 inches should be 2.1 inches thick on the bed face and 1.9 inches on the laying face. For 6 inches block, the bed face should be 1.6 inches thick, while the laying face is 1.9 inches thick. In the use of cement for any application, after the purchase of the cement, it is important to check the production date and the expiry date as shown on the side of the bag of cement. This is important because cement devaluation in strength begins after 6 months of proper storage. After 6 months, less than or equal to 20% of the expected 28 days compressive strength is lost. The interpretation of the code in the video, MFG, is a manufacturing date, which is 15th of May 2021, followed by the plant of production, which is IBE, Ibese plant in this case. In the case of OBJ, Obajana plant, in the case of GBK, Boko plant, and OKP, Opila, the parking machine number, which is PACA 4, and the time of packing 22:43. Then the best before, which is the expiring date, is 11th November 2021. The expiry date of cement does not mean that at that time the cement is completely bad. It just means it will have lost approximately 20% of its cumulative strength development numbers. And as such, the cement demand for a normal cement mix will increase. That is, for example, for a standard 50 kg to 300 kg of sand cement mix, 75 kg of cement is used with same 300 kg fine aggregate of mix. It is also advised to follow safe handling procedures by putting on an overall to avoid direct splash of cement chemicals to the skin. Putting on a rubber safety boot, also called a rain boot. Use protective hand gloves and put on a nose mask to avoid inhaling cement dust. For safe storage, keep cement bag away from rainwater. Store in a cool, dry store if not to be used immediately. The 3x42.5N cement is produced under the NIS standard as a SEM2BL cement. Let's look into some best practices in a block making for best results from the 3X cement. The sand, which is usually sharp sand or combination of semi-sharp sands to achieve similar coarseness like the sharp sand, must be clean without mud or organic materials. It must also be dry. This sand must be able to pass through a 5mm sieve. A simple test to check this is doing a grab test on sand samples from wet and dry sand by grabbing and folding in the hand and then releasing as shown. Where the sand is dry, there is very low adherence to the hand with no stain to the hand. Conversely, if the sand is wet, the sand will adhere to the skin more, staining it. The grab test also shows the presence of mud. If the mud is present in the sand, it will form a mold when folded either in dry or wet state. The sand should also be free from silt. Silt and mud affects the compressive strength development chemistry of cement. A wet sand will result in uneven distribution of sand and cement, as well as premature chemical reactions. This will cause some part of the block to behave like a mix of sand and water, thereby choking off easily. In line with SON, that is the Standard Organization of Nigeria, a grade standard for sandcrete blocks, there are two classes of sandcrete blocks. These are the load-bearing blocks and the non-load-bearing blocks. The load-bearing blocks are blocks which act as support to structures, while non-load-bearing blocks do not support any load in the building and are mostly used for partitioning. Sandcrete blocks are produced from sand, fine aggregates, and in some cases some stone dust, coarse aggregates, cement, and water. By first mixing the sand and cement properly in a mix called the dry mix, and then the mixture is mixed with water in a mix called the wet mix. For load-bearing blocks, 300 kg, that's 6 parts, is mixed 3 times with 50 kg, that's 1 part of cement for manual mixing processes. Here, a flat bed is created with a sand heap, and 50 kg bag of cement is spread on the heap for more even dry mix. Where in mechanical mixing, the aggregate and cement are poured into a dumper, which transports the unmixed content into the mixer, where thorough dry mixing is carried out. Afterward, water is added to the mix in batches and mixed 3 times before the loading of the vibrating machine begins. The proper mixing of the sand, cement and water mixtures is very important to the outcome of the sandcrete block, as it ensures a sandcrete with evenly distributed binding power from the cement. The vibration and compaction time for manual local vibrating machine is also important to the outcome of the block. Averagely, the vibration should be done for 1 minute, with compaction for 30 seconds. For mechanical production as seen, the vibration and compaction are automated. There are 2 types of automatic machines shown in this video. There is the auto layer and the manual layer. In the case of the auto layer, a forklift machine takes the wet mix product in a dumper and shoves it into the dumper of the egg laying machine. The machine moves across the board, laying the blocks on the ground. While in the case of the manual layer, the mold is transported using a wheeled layer to the smooth surface ground. In the workmanship distribution of the manual production, there is usually 1 operator who operates the machine, 1 or 2 mixers who prepare different batches of sand, cement and water mix, or work on 1 batch at a time in case of 1 mixer. Then there is the carrier of the molded sandcrete block, which must be 2 persons carrying side by side with both hands as seen, to make sure that the cast is in place until it is dropped. After approximately 10 to 12 hours of production, or the next morning depending on the humidity, the sandcrete should be properly soaked in water in a process known as curing, to keep the hydration reaction of the cement and the cast at optimum level. This should be carried out continuously for 3 days in the morning and evenings before stacking the blocks. This would make the blocks very sound and give an excellent end produce. Blockmaster, which is a champion on strength, developed specially for blocks and concrete, can also be used for block making when rapid early strength is required and when making special concrete and sandcrete blocks. The 3X brand is also used in bricklaying. However, it is advised to be used during building of foundation footings to help in minimizing the cost of construction. For bricklaying, the builder's sand, also known as soft sand, is the best fit. This is mixed properly using the 3 dry, 3 wet mix standard to achieve a perfect, evenly mixed concrete. However, during the wet mix, due to the nature of the sand, an even mix is usually achieved after the 2nd wet mix. Thus, the mix can be a 2 mix. For laying of blocks, the Falcon Quickset is the best fit for a good number of reasons. You can lay more blocks faster because the Falcon Quickset is a R-grade cement, which means rapid hardening of mortar, setting the blocks in place. The Falcon Quickset is cheaper than the 3X, which means an overall reduction in cost of construction while achieving excellent end results. For product in the 32.5 MPa strength class, the Falcon Quickset is the king as it offers strengths far more than its class value. The procedure to preparation of mortar with the Falcon Quickset is the same as the 3X procedure used for the building of the foundation footing. The Falcon Quickset is also good fit for tiling of walls and floors. Falcon Quickset has increased fineness, which helps tiles bond excellently when used in tiling. For wall tiles, the tiles must be soaked in water for about 30 minutes. This is to avoid the absorption of water from the water cement paste by the tile, hence affecting the setting in place of the tile. Before the tiling, the walls should be clean, evenly leveled and dry. A cement water paste is made from 50 kg water, 50 kg cement. This is scaled up or down depending on required quantity. The paste is then used as gum by spreading on the tiles and placing on the wall, then set in place. For floor tiling, the ground is prepared by first stabilizing the ground with cement and sand in the ratio of 1:6. The mixture is mildly wet with water to create adhesion between the sand and water. The sand cement water mixture is then laid on the ground as first flooring in the desired thickness. To place the floor tiles, a slurry of cement and water is made in a ratio of 1:2. The slurry is poured on the first floor in order to create a bond between the already cement-laced floor and the floor tiles. Then the floor tile is laid on it and sets in place. To finish the tile work, to avoid percolation of water through the tile joints, white cement is used to seal the joints, and then the surface of the tile is cleaned. The Falcon Quickset is also great for plastering of walls. Due to its fineness, the setting of the mortar for the plaster is very smooth. To plaster a wall, the wall is prepared by cleaning the surface to remove any dirt and then wetting the wall with water. If the walls are smooth, it must be roughened before wetting. The sand-cement mix is done in a ratio of 1:3 to 1:6 depending on work requirement. The mortar is plastered first as a base coat with a thickness of approximately 12 millimeters for brick masonry and 9 to 15 millimeters for concrete masonry. The base coat is leveled with a flat wooden float. This base coat is then left for a few minutes to dry, but not set, and then roughened with a scratch tool to form a key to the second coat of plaster. The second coat, which is the finishing coat, is normally between 12 to 3 millimeters thick. The sand-cement ratio for this is between 4:1 and 6:1 and is applied on a damp base coat. The coat is smoothened to give a steel smooth finish. It is advised to cure the plastered surface by wetting with clean water for at least 2 to 3 days to allow excellent strength development. The Dangote 3X and Falcon Quicksets can be used interchangeably for production of interlocking stones. The consideration for the use of the 3X is based on the load requirement of the interlocking stones. For interlocking stones, which would be used on roads, the 3X should be the best fit. But for home garages, walkways, and compound flooring, The Falcon quicksets can be used for cheaper and quality interlocking products. For paving stones, the 3X should be used. For production of plain concrete rings and reinforced concrete rings, the Blockmaster or the 3X can be used to produce products with excellent compressive strength. The Blockmaster is, however, the best fit when early strength development of the cast is required. The 3X and Blockmaster are multi-purpose cement for producing concrete work like concrete pole, precast, and other high-strength demand concrete work. One unexplored use of the Falcon quickset is in the screeding of walls. Screeding is used to give smooth finishing to walls. Screeding is also used in water-prone areas to help prevent water percolation on external and internal walls. The cement comes in as a viable, cheaper alternative to the POP cement. The POP cement will averagely cost twice the cost of Falcon quickset. The Falcon quickset has a fineness close to that of the POP cement, hence it easily replaces the POP cement for screening work where the whole color is not too important. To create the adhesive paste for screening, POP paint, water, bond, that is glue, and cement is required. First, the paint is mixed properly with a hand mixer or manually with a turning stick for homogeneity of composition of the paints. After an even distribution is achieved, 1 part of bond is poured and mixed with 4 parts of homogeneous paint and then properly mixed. This mixture is then mixed properly with water in a ratio of 3:1. That is, 3 parts of the bond paint mix is mixed with 1 part water. The mixture is put into 3 parts and 10 kg weight and volume of the mixture is added to 5 kg of cement, properly mixed and then applied to a clean plastered wall. Thank you for watching this short video on cement applications using Dangote cement products. For inquiries, you may contact us on our customer service numbers as shown.
I'd like to thank you all for watching. But before I go, I'll need to add that most people who use cement, why we always have some problems with cement is that people don't know the role water plays in cement work. The last time I went to a site and on visiting the site, I noticed that they did not take into consideration the humidity and the atmospheric condition at that time. And that is during the Harmattan season. They laid the tiles on the wall. The following day, the tiles were falling off. But they have failed to understand that without wetting the wall will take the water needed for the reaction of the cement away from the cement before it dries up. So all these things are things that we are going around demonstrating and sensitizing the end users on the use of our different grades of cement. We started last year with SON. We are partnering with SON, and we are still going on ahead with it. The reason why we are doing that is that, one, we noticed that for every forum we go to, a lot of the artisans are in their old age, most of them above 55. When you look at the ages between 20 and 30, they are about 20% of the people that are there. So with this, we are trying to bring up young people, and there's a plan in place to have a block makers academy to bring these people up, the artisans and also the block makers, so that if we take them young, we are guaranteed that the quality of products at the end of the day will meet the users' expectations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him, Mr. Ayo Deji Aniki, Head of Technical Sales, Dangote Cement PLC. Please, a round of applause for him once again. I believe that video was educative and instructive on the kind of cement to use, the right quantity and all, so that you don't, we'll be having a lot of collapse of buildings in the country in recent times, and that's because people just do what they like or they use less than what they're supposed to use and all that. So this video is very important that you have it for all the artisans, builders right here. Very important that you have this video. It's in different languages. It's in Igbo language, Hausa, Yoruba, Pidgin, and also in French for the Francophone speaking countries. A round of applause once again for Dangote Cement. And so when you're supposed to use Blockmaster, make sure you are using Blockmaster. For more information, please go to the Dangote stand and get everything that you need. If you want the video, you can go to the media also. They will oblige and give it to you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the question and answer segment. At this point, I want to welcome on stage those who will be answering our questions for Dangote Cement today. Let me start from a woman, Mrs. Fumi Sani, National Sales Director of Dangote Cement. A round of applause for her. I also want to welcome back on stage Mr. Rabiu Umar, Group Head Sales and Marketing, Dangote Cement PLC. He will be coordinating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me invite back on stage Mr. Ayodeji Aniki, Head of Technical Sales, Dangote Cement PLC. I also want to welcome Mr. Bankole George, Regional Director, North Central, Dangote Cement PLC. All right, we are working with the speed of light today. So some people indicated interest to ask questions to them. So we'll be calling on them very sharply. The first person will be you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. My question is, what is Dangote's cement contribution to youth development and empowerment, apart from building an academy to train them?
All right, he says we should take a few before.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Owenekere Stephanie George from New Crystal Communication Limited. And my question is, how is Dangote Cement supporting the affordable homes initiative of the government?
My name is Lawal. My question is this. How has Dangote Cement PLC, how are they distinguish themselves within building material industry and the nation at large? What I mean is, what is Dangote Cement doing differently among the building industry? That's my question.
All right, so maybe we'll take these three questions, sir, and then we'll come back to the questions. We'll take answers for these three questions. Mr. Rabiu.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take these questions. Perhaps maybe we'll start with the last question, asking how has Dangote distinguished itself in the housing segment or in the building segment? And for me, would you like to take a dab at that?
Good morning, everyone. For Dangote, even from the pricing point of view, we have not been able to pass the cost of production, entire cost of production to consumers. As at today, our cost per bag is about $5. 2 months ago, cost per bag was $9.8. But after the unification of FX and the regular black market, the dollar rate has gone up to about 800 naira. And rather than go up, we maintain our price at $5 per bag. So for me, I think that's a very great support, especially in this time and age when um, the money is not actually there, you know. So the priority are changing in terms of what people are buying. So if the cost of cement per bag is too high, then nobody will be able to afford it. So on that note, we're doing that. And in terms of quality, we've talked about collapsed building a lot, defective building a lot. So what we're trying to do is to ensure that based on what the video you've seen, every bag that comes out of Dangote cement plant is guaranteed of quality, so that at least when you use our products to build a house, you are building confidence and rest of mind. So in that area, we are also supporting the government to ensure that whatever we do from the cement point of view for Dangote cement, at least you are getting rest of mind after the building. Then in terms of availability, when Rabi was presenting his opening remark, he said 20 years ago, we were importers of cement. Today, we're exporter of cement to so many countries. And kudos to Dangote. Today we have, in terms of production capacity, we have about 35 million metric tons capacity. And that, of course, force even the other players in the industry to price reasonably. And what do we mean by pricing reasonably? To make it affordable to everybody and also to the government, just in case they want to engage in building, low-income houses for the populace. So that's all I want to say. Then in terms of distribution, you find it everywhere. And when he was making his presentation as well, he said, we are also going to have plants across every geography, meaning that we will be getting closer and closer to the consumers. And if we get closer, it means that the distribution cost will be lower. That means we can also get it lower. So for that, it's an advantage to the populace and also get it closer. Insignificant. The more we get, we also have depots, about 110 depots across the country, which means that you can get it everywhere. Dangote cement is the only product of cement that you can get in your village, in my village, and everywhere. For other products, I'm not sure you can get it the same way. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And I think it's kind of related to the second question, speaking about I would say, cry around why is cement expensive in Nigeria? Why are we, when we are producing it here, why is it expensive? And there are a couple of things that I think over the years is a sensitive topic, but it also needs to be addressed. The reality is the content of cement in a bungalow, 40 square foot bungalow, for example, or room, if you like, is not up to 4% of the costs. All right? Globally, in the world, cement as a percentage of the total cost of construction depending on what type of construction you're talking about, is between 3.5 to 5%. Now, in Africa, you find different because of building practices, and you find that number can go as high as 6 to 7%, but nothing more than that. And I'm including the total cost of blocks. It's not just the cement you buy to do concrete or to do choking or to do plastering. No, this includes the cost of the blocks. All right. So that's number one. Number two, there's nothing that deals with demand and with market forces or prices of any type of product you can have more than I would say demand and supply. I have said it earlier. Only 50% of the national capacity is being utilized as we speak. That tells you that forces of demand and supply are determining, what is happening in the market. If player A increases price, what happens? People move to B. But what will make B to increase price is because their costs are also escalating. Everything we do in Nigeria today, I mean, everything has gone up in some cases 200% or 300%. How do we ensure we contribute? We ensure we contribute by, first of all, making that product available. No matter how much you want to build houses in Enugu or in Sokoto, as long as there is no availability, you cannot do it. You cannot do it. The price may look attractive, but it will take you 5 years to do it. So the most important thing is it available? Can I find it when I'm looking for it? And I think there's no better support bigger than that. Okay, so thank you very much. I think we have another question, and I'll come back to you for me. To take the question on youth development, how do we support with youth contributing to youth development?
Okay.
Thank you.
How do we support youth development? When Aniki was talking, he talked about training the artisans, educating them to be able to do it right. Today, we have deficits in terms of artisans in Nigeria. And that's why people will go to Niger to go and bring in those who will do tiling. Our boys, our younger ones, they don't want to do the job again because they see it as dirty job. A lot of them would rather go and ride Okada, than to go into this very profitable business of artisans. So what we're doing is to expose them to the right training and the profitability story of being an artisan. That's number one. Number two, we're also proposing to open a block molders academy where we will train them on how to mold blocks. Not that alone, we will also empower them with block molding machines once they pass through all the tests. So we'll support them with block molding machines. And again, how do we support our youths? Year in, year out, for the past 4 or 5 years now, we have a special project or budget to empower people, both in distribution segments, artisan segments, block molding segments. And what do I mean by that? About 8 billion naira we spent last year on supporting people, supporting the youth. And we had quite a number of people who got not less than 5 million naira per head. And after they got the money, we also encouraged them to be part of us by encouraging them to open an account with us, which is distributorship. A lot of them who got the money last year, they are today mid players in terms of distribution, in terms of being distributors, and some of them are into retail. And some of them, we also, I think 2 years ago, we also gave out containers filled up with cement just to start them up because the economy is getting tense and tensed, and a lot of people are unable to actually, reach out to be able to help others because you have to be comfortable before you can help others. And as an organization, we are very deliberate about that. reaching out to the youths, reaching out to people, partnering with them to make sure that we lift their livelihood, to bring them up out of poverty into, a better life. And how do we do that? Not just giving you money, we are giving money and we're also giving you business opportunity to be able to develop and be able to also become employers of labor. So we're doing quite a lot, and it's not limited to that. Quite a lot in our pipeline that as we roll out, maybe by next year, we'll be able to tell you by number, by detail, by location of what we have done in terms of developing youths, artisans, even our retailers, the way we partner with our distributors. Retailers, distributors, consumers is different from the way others do it. We're not just doing business for, okay, Dangote has to grow. Yes, Dangote is growing. As we are growing, we are dragging people along. It's a dragnet of growth. Distributors are growing, retailers are growing, wholesalers are growing. We're also ensuring that consumers are also growing as well. Like Rabiu said, we also have a unit looking after real estate. We're also ensuring that in the real estate sector, whatever we can do to impact you positively, even though the cost of cement in the overall space of building, cost of building is very, very insignificant, like 10% or less. But at least we're ensuring that quality, we're giving it to that segment. And in terms of what they need, in terms of expectation, what they want our product to do, quality-wise, we're delivering on promise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have addressed the first set of questions, and we'll be happy to take a few more. I think I see some hands. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's.
Comrade George Tiga, the chairman of Abuja Concrete Manufacturers Association. I want to agree completely with Mr. Rabiu when he deposited during his presentation that the cost of land is one of the major bottlenecks facing or encouraging the housing crisis in Nigeria. And again, he went further to give statistics, which is an eye-opener, that currently we are at about 28 million housing deficit, which spells, it's a national problem from all indications. And when you, from the our primary constituency that we represent, we happen to be the primary consumers of your product. It means at 28 million deficit, at 5,000 conservatively for a house, we're talking about 140 billion blocks, which is at about 49 to 30 to 50 trillion naira. So it's huge. And my question is very simple. In as much as land is a bottleneck, the cost of cement, the usage of cement is another. Because whatever housing policies or housing programs you have, cement after land is very primary. And that brings me to my question. And again, when Madam was answering, you have already answered the first stanza of my question by, giving the reasons for the consistent increments in cost of cement. But my question now is very simple. Even if it means through a PPP, intercollaboration with government, what can you do or what help do you need to ensure there is some level of pricing stability in this cement sector? Well, thank you once again for doing the block masters for us. We are proud of that cement. You have done well equally in the calibrations of cement. At least now people can know, we know already that each particular cement is meant for a particular purpose. That is key. So that is my question for now. Thank you.
Should I take the price?
Huh? No, don't worry. I'll take it. It's a bit.
Good morning.
No.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adenka Jaji. Just want to know how the Dangote relate with the operational environment. I know they have mentioned something about, but let us know. Thank you.
Okay.
Good
Okay.
morning. My name is Owa Olumayo Raymond. First, I'd like to commend the Dangote Cement Group. I'm from Kogi State, Nigeria, for the Obajana to Kaba Express Road. And that's to answer some of the questions asked about what has Dangote been doing. But my question primarily is regarding climate change, because I know that cement plays like 30% of the role. Like if you notice in the days gone by, in areas where cement production is going on, especially in Ogun State, there's been an increased level of flooding occasioned by increased amount of rainfall. I'd like to know what the group is doing to address these situations. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are we taking more? Okay. So maybe we'll take these ones and then we can circle back to some of the other ones. Let me state categorically that cement price is not a function of the price we want to charge. The pricing of any product, not just cement, is a question of demand and supply. And maybe I did not say it loudly enough. I told you earlier, we are able to only utilize 50% of the capacity in the country. Every company wants to make money, but you don't build a plant to use only half of it. It's like in your block making factory, for example, if I may use that example, sir. You have capacity to do 2,000 blocks and you're only doing 1,000 blocks. If you're doing 1,000 blocks, it's because the demand is not there. Maybe there's too much competition. Maybe the next guy is reducing price even. So you don't see the prices going up because anybody wants to increase prices. And let me give you some statistics. Pre-COVID, cement price was 2,500 naira. At that point in time, a ton of steel was 190,000. How much is a ton of steel today? It has gone up by 3 times. Cement prices have not gone up by anywhere near that, including we're taking 2 years ago, cost of diesel was 200 naira. How much is cost of diesel today? We're buying diesel at 800 naira. And like I said, we deliver every single bag of cement to the market and we do not charge differential pricing. We charge the same price. It's important that we put it into perspective. What we are working on is finding ways and means as a business to also reduce our costs. As we reduce our cost, of course, that gives us the opportunity to also do more in terms of pricing. But beyond that, let us not forget that more than 30% of the costs of cement production is not naira denominated. Gas is not denominated in naira. Coal is not denominated in naira. You import all the spare parts you need to produce cement. It's not denominated in naira. So that's one area that I think when you talk about the solution, the more we are able to get our spare parts locally, if we're available, or raw materials, of course, that has a direct impact on what is the total cost. 2 years ago, a tire was about 50,000. Today, a tire, for those of you who have a truck, you will know, is 180, 250,000 naira, more than 5 times We're talking about just 2 years. So most of the issues is not us taking any advantage of the situation, but it's more around the escalating cost in the market, and a business has to survive. You have to survive, because if you are not making profits, you're going to go down. So I don't want to sugarcoat it. I just wanted to just paint the picture, and that's why I'm giving you examples of how, in fact, the cost of tomato today has gone up in Nigeria. Tatase is 200, just one. Meanwhile, 2 years ago, it was less than 30 naira. And the question that I'll push back on is to ask the question: do we need any foreign raw materials to produce tomatoes? I don't know if you get my point. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just saying, let's put things into context. Regarding our relationship with, I'll take that second question as well, with our host communities, and also the one regarding climate change that the gentleman asked. We as a business have a very cordial relationship with our communities. We have made so many social investments, so many. If you see the Kaba Road, for example, in Kogi State, you say you're from Kogi State. I used to go there 20 years ago, and I'm proud that at least there's development in that regard. The discussion regarding climate change and the effect of cement production, actually, I would argue is the opposite, in the sense that we use a lot of water in our process. So when you say flooding, then I'm not sure I follow. Are you talking about flooding as the wastewater, or are you talking about flooding from the rains? Because our mining plan takes care of making sure that as the water is coming out of the process, we have a system of treating the water, and then it is released back into the society. The water coming out of cement mining is water that can be used. The water that cannot be used is the one coming out of coal mining, because you have lead and you have nitrogen oxide and sulfur oxide. That's what I'll say. But if you have any further clarification, maybe we can. I'm happy to give you further explanation. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. For the want of time, we have to bring these questions and answers time to an end. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please help me recognize the presence of the Group Executive Director, Dangote Industries Limited, Fatima Aliko Dangote. Please, a round of applause for her as she stands up for recognition. You're welcome. At this point, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we call on Mr. Bankole George, Regional Director, North Central Dangote Cement PLC, for his closing remarks. But before he comes up, just to let you know that if you want more clarifications or you have questions to ask, you can go to the Dangote stand and ask those questions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Over now to you, sir, Mr. Bankole George.
All right, thank you very much, MC. Let me say good afternoon once again to all our stakeholders and partners here present. On behalf of my principal, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, the leadership of the group and of Dangote Cement, management and team members, and our partners, our distributors, I can see some of you here. There are block molders, I can see some of you here, and the retailers. We say thank you for joining us today. It's always a pleasure to be here and to have you engage us, talk to us, ask questions about the things we do. Unfortunately, we couldn't finish everything we wanted to talk about, but I guarantee you we are going to see you next year again. And before I leave, let me encourage you. We have our stand there and we have our team there to answer any questions you are unable to present to us here. For any inquiry, clarification about our cement business or any of our businesses, you will meet some of our people there that will talk to you. Once again, thank you very much. I pray that by the time we meet next year, it's going to be bigger and we will have reduced the housing deficit in Nigeria, at least by a percentage, moving from RHETORICs into the homes. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
So we will be having the photo session here, and after that, we'll go to the Dangote stand for more photo sessions. Please, a round of applause for them as they come up for the Dangote photo session. Our board members, are we joining? Board members, please join the photo session. I think they will have one first, then the board members will join them. So there will be a visit to a site, and that site will be at where's Esther? Okay, at Kuje Area Council. So please, if you're interested in going for that visit, just indicate. You'll see the madam that just came here now. Our board members should please join them for the next photo shoot rather. If you're interested in going for that visit, please just indicate by raising your hand and they'll take your name. Bosses are outside to take you there and bring you back. Sorry, ma, please just give us more information, please. Where are they going to? All right, Sinoma Factory is where you are going to. Sinoma Factory is a construction site. Please, a round of applause for the Dangote Group again as they make their way down to their stand. Remember that if you have questions to ask, you can go there and ask your relevant questions and you'll get answers.
Please, the second session is starting now. Please, you don't need to move out. We are going to the second session right away. And this section is insurance and construction industry. Insurance and construction industry. You will agree with me that insurance plays a major role in construction industry. Recently, we have had so many building collapse. Insurance is needed. Even at the construction site, there are insurance that needed to be taken into consideration. Even a program like this requires insurance. So it's very, very important that we take this session very seriously. So we will invite the following people that are going to be taking charge of this session to come to the stage and to moderate this session. We have Mr. Tunde Oguntade, Deputy President, Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Broker. Please step out. Let's put our hands together for him. A round of applause for Mr. Tunde Oguntade. We also like to invite the lead speaker, Mr. Onasupo Shogelola, to also join the moderator. Representing the Director General of Nigeria Insurance Association is Mr. Soji Oni. Mr. Soji Oni should also join us at the stage. We also like to call Mr. Jide Bello. Mr. Jide Bello. So, Mr. Jide Bello, let's put our hands together for him. Also, to join in this session, we have Mr. Kasim Mustafa, the ED, United Healthcare International Limited. But before we go to this session, we like to quickly invite the representative of GIDA Nigeria Limited for a short presentation. GIDA, please step up. Just for 10 minutes. Let's put our hands together for him.
I want to walk around. Is that okay? Cool. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Guto Ipiahindi, and I'm the CEO of GIDA Housing Limited. First of all, I want to thank people for coming out here today. I want to thank AIHS for organizing this event for us. And most of all, I want to thank the builders, people in the field who build, and without them, none of us would be here today. When I was younger and in school, friends of mine would play games and would say things like, oh, if the world was to end tomorrow, what would you be doing? And none of my friends spoke about traveling, cooking. All of us spoke about being with our families. And this, at that young age, we all knew the importance of home ownership, having a home, being at home. But in Nigeria today, there is a housing deficit of about 26 million homes out of the 46 million households we have in Nigeria today. And what that means is we are basically robbing young people like me and of owning homes. I have friends that work in Paystack, Flutterwave, Stanbic IBTC, CBN, NDIC. These are the top institutions in Nigeria. Tech companies, banks, governments. They work for the crop of the crop. Yet my friends can't afford homes. So to put Nigeria's home ownership into perspective, I'm going to basically juxtapose it against the home ownership of Canada, the population of Canada. Canada has a total population of 15.3 million households. In Nigeria today, we have a housing deficit of 26 million households. What that means is that almost 2x of the total population of Canada is renting in Nigeria today. No wonder our young people want to leave. No wonder they are japping. So it's not necessarily all doom and gloom. Some things have been done. There have been ecosystem trends and shifts that are happening gradually to sort of address these issues. One of them is the National Housing Fund. The maximum amount was increased from 15 million to 50 million from the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the only countries in the world that I know of today that we actually use, you can access 25% of your pension to pay for a down payment on a house. This wasn't possible. This was incorporated in 2022. And we're also seeing rapid influx of developer payment plans. Developers are coming up with payment plans to allow people to access financing and flexible payments. I don't live in Nigeria, I live in Canada. And before I left the country, this wasn't the case. There was nothing like payment plans. So you can see that both the government and even developers are helping themselves to sort of address the financing issues so that people can actually afford to own a place that they can call home. Africans love homes. Home is kind of pride for us. And people are trying to address these issues. There's also a lot of ecosystem growth. So before, it used to just be primarily National Housing Fund by FMBN. It used to just be primary mortgage banks and commercial banks that were trying to address the problem of home ownership and financing. And people like NMRC, my good friend Ibrahim back there, I see you, trying to address the problem of home ownership. Today, there are other people coming up. We're seeing things like the Housing Solution Fund. We are seeing things like Lagos Home Ownership Scheme, and we are seeing things like FMBN release new products like Rent to Own. But yet, these problems still exist. In Nigeria, there is extremely low trust deficit in the housing sector. This is a problem that is human and technological, and it's experienced by both customers, banks, and developers. If you don't trust something, you're not going to buy into it. Second one is limited affordable financing. This is a financial problem and it's faced by both customers, banks, and developers. If a developer wants to build a property, they need to access financing from somewhere. They access it at 16 to 18%, and that makes housing expensive. I was here 2 days ago and the CEO of Octo5 spoke about how, once you do your cost and you include financing, your cost is essentially at 120%. So how are you meant to make a profit as a developer? There's also limited access to information. We have done extensive surveys for over a very long period of time where we have seen that people do not understand how the real estate sector works in Nigeria. And this problem is exacerbated for Nigerians in the diaspora. They do not understand how it works. Yet, every bank and developer in this room wants to access the diaspora markets. People will not buy what they do not understand. And I'm here to speak for the diaspora market because I don't live in Nigeria. Another thing is difficult land and title verification. This is a technological problem and it's faced by customers and banks primarily. If you want to get a house on a mortgage, that thing needs to be perfected. Doing title perfection is extremely hard, extremely difficult, and there are extreme barriers that people face. And the last one is low interoperability, which means this dilemma is faced by customers, banks, and developers. The system is not connected, it is broken, and it is extremely fragmented. So I'll talk about evolution. Markets are evolving. Regulatory bodies create policies. People like CBN create policies, the playing field essentially. After that happens, you find secondary bodies and institutions like the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, primary mortgage banks, and other banks and institutions that come up to basically spur growth. And what happens is that there will be an initial period of growth, a very small period of growth. Once these people are set up and are operating, you experience some accelerated growth. And that is where we are today in Nigeria. But once that period happens, after that period, and you influx technology into the process, there's accelerated growth. What technology does is accelerate growth of markets. So this is the Nigerian industry today. This is how it looks. Current operations are extremely fragmented. It's like a puzzle. Just train a puzzle, and it's confusing for customers. Customers do not understand how to navigate the ecosystem. What my company is trying to do is to create is to fit that puzzle together so that the ecosystem is one and it is clearly understood. Our goal is to make the industry as interoperable, seamless, secure, and reliable as air traffic control. So what air traffic control does is it essentially regulates how people fly. So that's our goal. If you're buying a high-value asset like real estate, which is the most expensive asset class in the world, then we feel that it is necessary to make it as secure, transparent, reliable, so that people can actually feel confident that they can afford these things and they won't get cheated. So at GIDA, we have something we call the home ownership virtuous cycle, and it starts with increased demand. By mere existence of a platform like GIDA, there will be increased demand because we're going to be doing things like social content. The platform is going to be there for people to understand. People can see houses they can afford. They can see properties on mortgages and payment plans. What that does is then trickle down to increased home ownership, where people like my friends I spoke about who are working for the crop companies can actually begin to access financing to buy houses. When that happens, our goal is then to take it to cheaper institutional financing, where developers and banks can actually access cheaper financing so that they can make houses more affordable for people. Because in Nigeria today, the way data is structured is not properly structured for how institutional financiers will be looking at you when they want to invest in you. So our goal is to make it so that you can access a data room, that your data is structured properly, where you're favorable in the eyes of a World Bank or an IFC and other institutional financiers. And what that leads to is more affordable financing for banks and developers, which then leads to more increased demand. So at GIDA today, we have met a lot of banks and developers, and what we've done is we've been telling you how things would work. We're saying, okay, let's do this. But today we would like to show how things would work. To show how that would work. Thank you.
To call one's own and escape the drama of landlords and yearly rent increases. It's a place for the daddy oyoyos and the darling, I love your cooking. It's on everyone's bucket list, but for many Nigerians, it can be difficult due to lack of access to mortgages and payment plans, as well as rapidly increasing home prices due to mass urbanization. However, with GIDA, we are changing that. Whether you're a young lawyer in Lagos like Tunde, a product manager for a tech company in the UK like Ngozi, who wants to invest back home, or someone like Aminu, who wants to return to Nigeria, GIDA can help you buy a home affordably. With GIDA, buying a home in Nigeria is now stress-free, affordable, and easily accessible from anywhere in the world. Whether you're in Nigeria, abroad, or even on the moon, GIDA has got you covered. And for developers and banks, we have you in mind too. GIDA makes it simple for customers to find and apply for your property's mortgages and payment plans. Now let's see how Tunde applies for a home using GIDA. Tunde signs up and provides his basic financial information, including his age and monthly income. Now Tunde can browse through a curated list of houses tailored to his budget. Each house comes with affordability tags, helping Tunde narrow down his options. Curious about the Nigerian mortgage and payment plan industry, Tunde decides to learn more by chatting with Kemi, our AI chatbot. After learning a bit about the industry, Tunde feels confident and wants a recommendation for a house in the city he works in. Tunde decides to learn more about the property and payment plans that best match his preferences and affordability. He sees that the plan makes perfect sense for his budget and allows him to maintain his desired standard of living. Confident in his decision, Tunde applies for the plan that best meets his needs. Tunde's application is now in the hands of Anita, a skilled loan officer at BDC Mortgage Bank. Unlike the old way of doing things, Anita has Tunde's key documents already analyzed using artificial intelligence. Anita can assess Tunde's outstanding loans and credit history, all done automatically with AI assistance. Tunde's affordability and potential default risk are reviewed, and luckily, he is in good standing. To review all fees and minimum down payment, taking him one step closer to his dream home. Tunde is very tailored to his preferences. The owner and is notified to receive and the owner receives of his just like that, it can proudly call home. It's not all easy and homes in Nigeria too. And this and this is a win as and at GIDA, we're creating the future for real estate transactions, making the dreams of home ownership for millions of Nigerians at home and abroad possible. Get ready. GIDA will be launching in October 2023, empowering more individuals like Tunde to achieve their dreams of owning a home. GIDA. Stop renting. Start owning. GIDA. Making home ownership a reality for Africans.
Let's put our hands together for GIDA. If you'd like to get more information about their offer, please, they have a stand here at G14. C14, in the exhibition stand, very close to Jehovah stand in the exhibition ground.
Thank you. Just before I leave, I'd like to say one thing. So at GIDA, I think home ownership is very serious. And if we want to actually follow this theme that everyone is saying, I'm assuming that from rhetoric, if you're saying rhetoric, it means that we've been speaking about this continuously. If not, this team wouldn't be here. So if we actually want to, solve the home ownership problem and the housing problem, we need influx of technology to scale markets, not just for Nigerians in Nigeria, Nigerians in the diaspora. I would also like to say that our mission at GIDA is to make it so that young people can actually afford a house or a home before their 40th birthday. So that's our goal. Thank you.
A round of applause for him again. Okay, we are going to the main session right now without wasting time. Insurance and construction industry. So on that note, please permit me to hand over to the moderator, Mr. Tunde Oguntade, to take over the discussion. Mr. Oguntade.
Good afternoon, all. This was supposed to be a morning paper, and the hall has reduced in size. This being a very topical issue and a major and fundamental stakeholder, insurance being a fundamental stakeholder in the housing deal, should have a hall that is filled bigger than this. Without much ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Olashipo Shogilola, the MD CEO of International Energy Insurance PLC, to make his presentation. I will take it from there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All other protocols observed. I want to go into this paper discussion. First, I would like to mention one of the three most important essentials of life. They are food, shelter, and clothing. Food, shelter, and clothing. Wherever any of these three is being discussed, it is good for us to listen, because that is what life is all about. This morning, my paper will be based on insurance, providing value for the housing sector. Please take note. I don't have a presentation basically because I had to step into the main speaker this morning. So, but I have a paper to present. First, we look at the impact of insurance on housing in selected countries. The impact of insurance in housing in selected countries. First, we look at the United States of America. Statistics as of 2021 shows that 63% of the families have one form of home or houses somehow. But 93% of them have one form of insurance. And that is the highest point, that is country where home ownership is common. That tells you there is a relationship between the insurance and home ownership. Again, I will quickly go to the United Kingdom. Also in the United Kingdom, the home insurance market is valued at about 4.2 billion pounds. 4.2 billion pounds. And that tells you there is something about home ownership. Also, most families have one form of home or the other. I will quickly just go straight to Africa. Housing gap analysis in Africa. Demographic trends alone indicate that housing provision is a pressing issue. We don't need anybody to tell us. When we walk around the streets of Abuja, the streets of Lagos, we know that people don't have homes. Many families do not have places they sleep in. Many people stay under the bridges, and somehow. Again, while much of the rest of the world is experiencing a slowing or even a decrease in population growth, Africa's rate of demographic expansion continues to rise. Despite no homes, people are giving birth to children so much. By 2050, the continent's population will have doubled, implying that the region will have added 3.5 million people per month. 3.5 million people per month. Indeed, Africa will account for more than half of global population growth through 2050. Africa is facing an acute housing shortage, a shortfall of at least 51 million housing units as a result of urbanization and population growth, leaving governments struggling to meet the rising demand for affordable housing. Many of the 40,000 people who move to African cities each day are unable to afford basic formal housing or obtain mortgage loans. It is estimated that over 60% of urban residents in Africa live in slum or inadequate housing conditions. So it is essential, again, to note this fact. So when you are looking at housing and insurance, it is important that we also know the size of the problem. And that is when we can start talking about it. Now, again, it has been mentioned, in Nigeria alone, we have 28 million housing gap, 28 million. That is, for us to be comfortable, we got to build 28 million for families, our houses for families. Now, how can insurance support housing? How can insurance support housing? The challenges are daunting. The number is huge. What are the challenges affecting affordable housing delivery in Nigeria? One, rapid population growth. Like we said, just as it is affecting Africa. Limited access to finance. That's another point. Informal settlements. People just feel comfortable wherever they at least can have a roof over their head, whether under the bridge, whether near the sea, whatever. People just feel as long as they can have a place. And that takes me back to the first mention: food, shelter, and clothing. Food, shelter, and clothing. Again, insufficient infrastructure is another another challenge facing housing ownership. Inadequate government policies and several others have been mentioned: urban migration, low-income housing shortage, lack of effective urban planning, and of course, low income, low salaries that can allow people, whether salaries or income, whatever, from artisans. Now, what is insurance going to do? How can insurance contribute to covering up this gap? Insurance, number one, insurance, the insurance gives, given the insurance industry's role as a mobilizer of long-term funds, when people take insurance policies, there are long-term funds available. Those funds can be made available at low rates for people to be able to obtain and get homes. These are some of the contributions that can be done. And that was why I related to the United Kingdom. The insurance fund available to support home is about 4.2 billion pounds. So that you can imagine what level of support it will give to home ownership. Again, there are products, insurance products, that are situated to the requirements of housing developers with respect to management of their associated risks, such as construction insurances. For example, when you're building properties, anything can happen. And a lot of money is invested into construction. There is the contractor all risk insurance that helps to augment when there are disasters or when such situations happen. So products can be created, better products that can help home developers who are going to be able to build houses for people to even attempt to buy. Also, provision of mortgage insurance to secure lenders in the event of borrowers. Why are people not getting funds to buy homes? Because there are no mortgage insurances to support them. Not enough. When there are mortgage insurances to support them, then the risk is mitigated by banks, mortgage companies, and so on. Again, public-private partnership. Insurance companies can partner with home developers and then being for them to develop estates, as we are now seeing coming up regularly. Also, there is the need to have the microinsurance for the low income people to be able to get homes and buy properties within their own range. These are some of the areas that insurance can actually contribute, support. There are other areas which time, because I've been given a specific time, will not allow us to make mention for today, but there are areas that insurance can actually support the home ownership. But however, I will quickly mention some insurance products that are available to support housing. Homeowners insurance. When these houses are gotten, there are disasters at times calling. When you have home ownership insurance, it provides coverage for residential properties, protecting homeowners against losses due to fire, theft, vandalism, and other risks. It can also offer liability coverage in case someone gets injured on the insured property. Homeowners insurance enhances security by giving homes financial protection for their most significant asset. It is right to have insurance for an asset that is highly priced. Mortgage insurance, also known as mortgage guarantee or mortgage protection insurance, protects lenders, that is those who have gone to banks and other financial institutions, from losses. That is, if a borrower defaults on their mortgage payment or dies in the process while still paying, mortgage companies are protected, and so they can easily give out more funds to support home development. Property insurance for developers, like I mentioned earlier, contractors all risk, plant all risk, and various all risk policies. Property insurance for developers cover construction of projects against various risks, such as damage from accident, natural disaster, theft, or vandalism. Please take note, when constructing a property, when building, at times you move products from the port, you are moving those products to site. There are accidents that happen, and when all these are covered, you will discover that it will not be of loss. I can tell you, once there was a contractor that bought transformers for use in a site. At that time, even transformers were unreachable financially, but they had to be imported from the UK. But from lifting from port to site, just dropping the transformer unknowingly heavily, it got damaged completely. And the cost of that transformer at that time was a major cost to the contractor. Now, such contractor with an insurance can easily replace such transformers, and likewise other home construction materials. Title insurance. Also, this is an insurance policy that is not known in Nigeria yet, but it is a policy that is available. If there are issues that people are faced with, title, land grabbing, and so on, such insurance policies can take care of such losses due to land grabbing and legal liabilities that comes up after. Renters insurance. These are insurances that are in existence, but we have to create them and make them available in Nigeria to support people who build homes and also who rent out properties, so that families who cannot yet build their own properties can at least rent decent accommodations. Also, the fire insurance. This is very necessary for almost every home, because fire can come calling from a next property. I once had an 80-year-old man whose house, that is the only asset he had at 80 years, got burnt, all because the property beside him caught fire, and that home also caught fire. I mean, what can an 80-year-old man do? Is he going to start construction afresh? But with insurance, it can be restored back quickly. And then public liability insurance, builders risk insurance. These are property development insurances that are available. This will support the home ownership schemes and housing development not only in Nigeria, but in the whole of Africa. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we should give him another round of applause. We are represented all segments of the insurance industry. I have Dr. Mustafa coming from the health insurance sector. He's going to just talk in 2 minutes to health hazards and occupational insurances that are related to the housing sector, and how to ameliorate the various losses and incidents of losses arising from particularly building collapse or critical illnesses that occur to artisans in the real estate sector. Dr. Mustafa.
Thank you very much. I want to start by appreciating the convener of the African International Housing Show for thinking deep and realizing that in whatever we are doing, health is also very important. Apart from the grace of life, food, shelter, and health are the most important things. The essence of this conference is to discuss housing gaps and how we can fill those gaps. But we should know that even having access to a home or being able to buy a home will not be possible if somebody is not alive. So we should think on how to also make sure that while we are acquiring or planning to acquire homes and partnering with all the constructions and housing big guys, we must also think about how we are going to stay healthy. In any developed system, in considering social security, they take the issue of health very important. And that is why if you look at all those developed systems, I like the statistics that we were exposed to by the lead speaker. The home ownership in all those developed countries, I can tell you that at the same time, prepayment and insurance penetration by the occupants of those homes is also close to 100%. 93% for housing, almost 100% for health. So, and that is why even in developing countries like Nigeria, the available legislation has also made it very compulsory for us to consider access to health in all the ecosystem, in all the aspects of life that we are engaged in. Health insurance is about the most effective way of financing health. And for housing corporates and big industries and entities that are here, I want to appreciate entities like Dangote Cement and some other big participants in the construction and even estate. They've already embraced health insurance. But the whole essence of here is to discuss, of coming here, is to discuss access to health insurance by all the artisans and the people at the lower scale that are working for us in different sites. We have a lot of health insurance plans that can also allow them to have access into affordable health. So I want to encourage all the companies that are here, where we are drawing plans, where we are recruiting people into our sites, even from conception of our big estate projects, let us put in places plan that will also allow those poor workers access to health care. Now, with the compulsory legislation, it will soon become very compulsory to all the companies to make sure that all their staff and dependents are insured health-wise. Now, there are corporate plans which the industries and big corporates can subscribe to. Like I said, a good number of them are already doing that. And there are also household health insurance plan, which you can talk to different vendors on. And we have group, individual and family, even social health insurance, that even if you are not a member of any corporate entities, you can organize that for artisans and workers in your different places. More importantly, during the Dangote's session, a question was asked on the corporate social responsibility and how they are helping the youth. It is also important to know that big corporates in this sector should also think of partnering with health insurance companies on how to do corporate social responsibility in their various host community. And United Care International is very, very ready and available to make sure that we partner. There's what we call adoption.
Thank you very much, sir.
You,
Thank you,
you
sir.
can adopt, you can plan adoption
Time-
for all
time
the
is a challenge.
vulnerable in all those your communities where.
Thank you. Thank you. I think a round of applause for him. Health is key, just like shelter. And I'm sure they have their stand around there. You can always reach Dr. Mustafa. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. The incidences of building collapse has been a major menace in Nigeria. And then we not have loss of resources. We have wasted funds due to uninsured erections and buildings around the country. We've had loss of manpower due to sudden deaths of skilled artisans who are killed in such unfortunate incidences. The Nigerian Insurance Association is the umbrella body for insurance in Nigeria. And there's this section of the Insurance Act, Section 66 of the Insurance Act 2000. It's about compulsory insurance for buildings under construction. Section 68 talks about construction of buildings of more than 2 floors, insurance of buildings of more than 2 floors. Would you, Mr. Oni, be willing to tell us how much the NIA has partnered with enforcement agencies like the police and the fire service in this regard? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me stand on the existing RHETORIC protocol. For compulsory insurance, we need to understand, thank you, sir, for the presentation, the paper. Yeah, I was able to speak about all the insurance that we need. But there is an aspect that is very germane. For example, when you look at priority, you talk about loss of life and loss of property. Loss of life comes first. And we've seen a lot of collapse since 1974 to 2021, 461 collapses have happened in Nigeria. It's a very big one for us, and over 1,000 lives have been lost. Now, this is an industry, beauty industry, have a lot of stakeholders than any other industry. And we keep asking ourselves the question, what is the problem? Insurance Act 2003, Section 64 and Section 65. Section 64 was for building under construction, that before you commence construction, you must put insurance in place. Section 65 is talking about public building. That means building that has already been completed. For us in NIA, we are partnering with government, and seriously, I want to appreciate the convener of this program that we need to collaborate together. And I will make instances of state we have collaborated with as an association. It is more important for us to come together so that we can put an end to this collapse that is happening. We're not talking of life alone. We're talking of a lot of investment. The president talked about investment, that the insurance have a lot of funds that we can use to support. Now, this fund, if anything happened to this fund, is a total loss to the owner, to the investor, and that's why we're not attracting investors into the country. So why don't you let's start with insurance? Now, in Lagos State, we have done, partly with the Lagos State government, we have Lagos State Fiscal Plan and Urban Development. Under that ministry, you have LASPA, you have LAPCA, Lagos State Building Control Agency. We've partnered with them so that we can enforce this insurance. So that, because Lagos State, you know, definitely is always a smart city where you have a lot of things, activities going on. Now, this is important because when you put this insurance in place, we are not saying, please, let me say this, having insurance does not eliminate the risk happening. But what we are saying is that if it happens, it will be at a minimum because we start with you from beginning. There are a lot of things we do. When we talk about partnering with housing industry, we are talking of risk management, which the presenter also said about. We start with you on the risk management. We identify the risk, we evaluate it, we control it, we monitor it together. In Lagos State, you have a lot of ministry, like I said, other fiscal planning. We have material testing. Now, before we come into being, definitely we have come together with you. Yes, you will come to insurance because if you look at the Lagos law, it says before you commence construction, you must present document, and insurance is listed for the first time. In 2020, insurance was mentioned in the law that you must present it as one document before authorization will be given to commence construction. We want to be also with all states in Nigeria, so that when you every stakeholder need to every now this we work with you from so that this thing what to do. If you have available, the there is only insurance. And you know, we don't even do it alone. We spread the risk. And that's why you can see today, the trade, World Trade Center that happened in US, we paid Nigeria because we share the risk together. So when we take a risk in Nigeria, we spread it all over through our insurance, and we're able to participate together. So for us in NIA, we keep collaborating with other government. We're already collaborating with Lagos State, Ogun State, Kaduna, and we're doing this on all compulsory insurance. And you know, we have 16 compulsory insurance and only 6 for now. Our regulator is looking at 6. So we're trying to go with every other government, every state government, so that we will be able to partner with them so that we can make sure that our fund is available, and also you make sure your investment is protected. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Lead presenter, I know you had a role. Your role as lead presenter is kind of impromptu. But I need to ask you this question. As an insurer, you are aware of the market development and what was it? MDRI, that's the Market Development Restructuring Initiative of NICOM. And how far has it impacted in deepening the awareness for insurance, particularly in the housing sector?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Like you rightly asked, how much has this impacted in the housing development in Nigeria? The purpose of it is to encourage the housing development so that there is a form of insurance that supports all form of anything that relates to housing, from construction, house ownership, and so on. But so far, because this has not been fully adopted within the country, it's still of very little effect. And that's why we're here emphasizing the compulsory insurances, all the need for us to embrace insurances so that it can have this needed and positive effect in the industry, in the country as a whole, particularly every part of the nation, so that when organizations are embarking on constructions, when organizations are voting money for housing development, then once they are taking of insurance, it's all sure that their investment is protected and they have something to rely on. That's what I will say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I leave you, I also want to ask you, in your paper, you mentioned that underwriters, we've always said insurance is the basket that the economy sits on because you have a lot of free funds, not free per se, because premium that we collect is a function of liability. And of course, one day, whatever risk we have insured will come to crystallize and claims will have to be paid. But given the free funds that are available within the solvency margin level, how much money do you think the insurance industry could evolve into the housing sector?
Currently, as at the end of 2021, the insurance premium generated is about 726 billion. Now, with more penetration, even in 2022, I can tell you that the fund, has gone up even more. But all these cannot be invested into the into the housing sector. The insurance law does not allow more than about 20% to be invested into the housing sector. That is the position of the law for now.
It's still a wonderful opportunity and experience for us to go into that area because, it will involve market development. A lot of further products will be open to insurance. And of course, when you invest in a place, you have to guarantee it, and some other insurance products will be made available. Like you said, the tenants insurance, the renters insurance, mortgage protection, among others. Thank you very much. Ashwaju Gidebelo, you are a broker, you are an intermediary, you represent the body of brokers. I want to ask you, what is the role for insurance brokers in all of this?
Hello. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, viewers. As an insurance broker, the major role of insurance brokers is to act as an intermediary between the insured and the insurer. The insured, in this case, means the client, while the insurer means the insurer means the insurance company. What actually interests clients or people for taking up insurance policies when you know that after an incident or after any incident, you end up getting your claim settled. What I mean by your claim settled, you have a car accident after paying premium and you couldn't get your settlement. It's discouraging. So that is where the brokers normally step in to ensure that your claims are not just being settled, they are being settled as and when due. Equally, some people know that they are supposed to take insurance policy, but they don't even know what to take. For example, the Insurance Act stipulated that there are 6 compulsory insurance that you must take. Car insurance, which is everybody knows that is compulsory, workman compensation, group life policy, builder's liability, and occupan's liability. But some don't even know what to take for their properties. So the insurance broker is ready to step in and tell you, this is a policy that suits your property. You might have a building that is under construction. You don't know which one you are supposed to take. Is it occupier liability or building liability? The broker will step in and tell you this. Also, when it comes to policy documents, we know we don't read it in this country. We don't like to read all these voluminous policy documents given to us by insurance company, but brokers are ready to interpret the policy document to you so that they will guide you on what to do or what not to do, so that when there's any claim, you will not be told that you actually violated the rule. I'll give you a good example, a very practical example. You have a comprehensive motor insurance policy, and you have a son that is a minor, like 14, but because of his size, you believe he can drive. And I don't know how you got your license for him. He started driving. And when there's a car accident, you call your insurance company, you ask you who drove the car. You say, my boy, does he have a driver's license? Yes, how old is he? 14 or 17. They will not settle that claim, because as a minor, you are not supposed to drive. How you got the license, you have to even explain it. So the broker will tell you, if your son is a minor, don't allow him to drive this car. If he drives the car and there's an accident or a claim, you will not be settled. Also, we talk about training on management risk. You have a policy, but there's some things that are supposed to put in place. For example, you're building a fire policy, you don't have a fire extinguisher. It's part of the guideline. You must have a fire extinguisher in your building. Without that, if there's any claim, there could be stories that will come from any angle that, I mean, you didn't actually protect yourself. Insurance policy doesn't mean you should lose guard. You should just be careless about your property. If you are careless and it's been detected, there's no way the claim will be settled. So we are ready to step in and explain to you what these are all about.
Thank you very much.
The good part, 30 seconds.
Time is against us.
The good part of it is that the insured or the client, they are not paying the broker anything. The law stipulated that the insurance company compensates the broker. So engaging the broker doesn't mean you are going to pay anything extra. You are not paying. Instead, we ensure that your premium is being reduced in a way. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have to put some notes to this discussion. I want to request the organizers that next year we want a full day for insurance, and then we want a session where we'll be able to make inroads into the housing sector. It is of note that a lot of enforcement agencies, law enforcement agencies, are not even aware of the role they should play as stakeholders. What insurance does is to put you back to the position you were before a loss crystallizes. But in order to ensure that these losses do not just take lives that cannot be replaced, you can always replace a building, but you cannot replace a life. We want our enforcement agencies, luckily the police is here, to walk into sites and demand to see if the sites under construction are properly insured. See if the building plans are not being violated. You walk along with the, like we say we have in Lagos and most other states, you have the urban development agencies. And your role is very significant. We need to save lives. We need to put things in order, and insurance will just be there when the risk has happened, because you cannot stop it from happening, but we should be able to mitigate it one way or the other. On this note, I want to thank my colleagues, Ashwaju Bello, Mr. Shukbo Shogelola, Mr. Sojioni, and Dr. Mustafa for finding time to come. We know we have not been able to deal with the matter seriously, but we think with the little knowledge that we have provided, the gentlemen and ladies here are better informed about the role of insurance in the housing sector. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for all our panelists.
I am aware there are one or two questions. I don't know if you are willing to allow it.
Okay, we are going to give room for only two questions. Only two. One comment. Okay.
Okay, my question is directed to the gentleman that spoke about the partnership of LAPSCA and building developers. And I want to ask, how come the building owned by 360 Degrees North that claimed so many lives in Lagos was not insured, and that building was approved by LAPSCA? So is this law really in enforcement? Because it was at the point of claims where investors found out that the building was not insured. And they had to take a class action suit against Lagos State government for that negligence. So how effective is that partnership the insurance companies claim to have with Lagos State government? And is it in place? Thank you.
Madam, thank you. One question. The 360-degree incident is one of the incidents that really woke the Lagos State government into the fact that the demand for insurance before construction was being violated. And unfortunately, there was no insurance in place at that time. And I can tell you, even for buildings that are just 3 floors in Lagos, you dare not start without insurance. And the monitor, you must submit it, and when it expires, suppose your building is still under construction for a longer time than it's anticipated, you must continue to renew those things. Thank you for that awareness that you brought, and we tell you that it won't happen again. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, a quick one. I just want to I just want to advise that the insurance is big all over the world. Insurance is big. They are not only insuring, but it's a veritable source of funding. They were a big investor into the property market in developed nations. But it's a culture. Mortgage is a culture. A 10-year-old child in England knows about mortgage because mommy mentioned it. Growing up, every day, we have to pay the mortgage this month. We have not gotten the mortgage. They are aware. You see, we have to grow the insurance in this country. How do I mean? All of us here, we have one form of insurance or the other. At least if you have a car, you have third party. How many people have benefited from third party insurance? When people begin to benefit, and you have to make a lot of noise, people don't know. You see people boxing themselves on the road because somebody hit his car. Whereas there is no need. You have a third party insurance. You just exchange insurance document. If I begin to benefit from third-party insurance of 5,000, I know that investing 50,000, 100,000 in other form of insurance, I will benefit. That's why I'm saying that we need to consciously grow it. Tell people, you don't need to fight on the street. Come to us with insurance, we'll settle it. Start with that. Then we grow the confidence and people can pick up insurance at any level. Today, people just get insurance third party just to meet police requirements. So let's change that story. And all other sectors will be sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much for allowing me to make a little comment on this discussion. To start with, I was the immediate past coordinator of Abuja Metropolitan Planning Council, and that I'm very interested in whatever is being discussed now for so many reasons. When the issue of building collapse and insurance is brought into this topic. It's important, it's good for the insurance, for all developers to get insurance cover. However, the challenge we are facing now is such that in almost all these building collapse, none of them will qualify for settlement of insurance, the way our speaker just said. It's true, whenever we investigated all these happenings, we find out that there are a series of violations. And if there are these violations, no insurance company will pay the developer for the loss of that is property. What we always advocate is for the off-takers. Whoever is investing, let him do his due process. Because his meager investment is going to be lost if he didn't satisfy that this development doesn't have an allocation, this development doesn't have building plan approval. He has to go further. Even if there is building plan approval, who are the professionals that are supervising that work? Are they qualified to do that? Because most of these professionals that are there, they usually go against their professional practice. Sorry to say, you find an engineer, a local engineer, using a quack to assist him in a site. When the unfortunate thing happens, he cannot even explain himself. How do you expect the insurance company to pay for whatever loss that has been that has been incurred in that development? So the insurance is important, but then the most important thing is for whoever is investing, let him do his due process. Let him go and confirm whether whatever he's investing in is all due process, all laws are not violated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think we have to
Well,
respond.
we are rounding up now.
Sorry, the last question, please. Thank you. I think one thing I gathered from this our conference and show this year is beyond rhetorics. Beyond rhetorics. And in that situation, on that strength, I want to move a motion. The motion I'm moving is to say that, I think Mr. Bello mentioned something, that we have 6 compulsory insurance. Out of all these 6, it's only third party that is properly implemented, so to speak. The group life, the acquires liability, all these things are just gathering dust. Now, the motion I'm going to move very quickly is for us to agree immediately that the Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria, how do we work together immediately? We have to collaborate, synergize, so that we can begin to implement some of this compulsory insurance. It is not true that when there is a claim, the insurance does not pay, because there's a regulator. If any insurance company does not pay your claim, National Insurance Commission is there, NICOM, where you can report. What we need to do is for us to begin to implement some of these policy statements. So now that the Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria is here, I think we talked about this in the first day, that we should form a kind of steering committee so that we can work together. And that one, we are going to come together to begin to implement some of these things. Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe I just give you
let me just
2
quickly round up.
minutes.
Yes,
2 minutes to
let me just round up.
respond to all those observations.
Well, I'll have given the microphone to my friend from NIA, but let me quickly do it as the moderator. Thank you, sir, for your observation that insurance pool of funds is still very low. We are aware that penetration for insurance in Nigeria is abysmal, it's less than 3%. We are also aware that there are a lot of counterfeiting going around. I want to assure you that there is no way you will take valid cover. You haven't paid valid premium, adequate premium, that when a risk crystallizes, you will not pursue your claim. A man who has gone to say, police make a pass, who has gone to do 1,000 naira certificate of insurance instead of the 5,000 as it was then, it is now 15,000 naira. And let me tell you what that 15,000 third party cover gives you. It gives you the right to claim for debt of third-party road users, up to a limit of 1 million naira. It gives you right to repair of damaged property of third parties. It gives you the right to drive across West African region without any other insurance. And apart from that, it also gives you the right in the first place to be on the road. When you take any cheap thing will run your stomach. You don't pay the price of Mercedes for Beetle, and they don't give the same amount of comfort. We know that insurance industry in Nigeria is not largely developed. We're working at it. Everything in Nigeria is work in progress, just like we human. We are working, we are doing our best. And we are going to give serious advocacy, aggressive advocacy to insurance awareness and marketing in Nigeria. Like you said, there's going to be a stakeholders forum. After this session, we are going to meet. And when we come back next year, you will see a formidable industry that is willing to meet the needs of Nigerians. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On a lighter note, let me just tell you this poor story. I was in Canada about 2 months ago, somebody was visiting a family, and when he was trying to enter the house, he slipped and fell down.
Yeah.
The thing is that in Nigeria, what you're supposed to do is just to go and help him up. The family said, "Don't touch him."
Don't touch.
He said, "We should not touch him," and they called the police. The woman was lying down there, and nobody moves near him. And the next thing was that they said the woman is going to claim his insurance. That was why nobody should touch him, that if anybody touch him, he's going to lose that. So until police came and the ambulance came to come and pick her up. So what am I saying? There is serious awareness that when anything goes wrong, you have right to claim, to make claims.
Yes.
That is what is missing in Nigeria. So what that means is that you have a serious work to do to create a serious awareness. Because the belief of every Nigerian is that insurance, they won't pay. And I can tell you that I have made a claim before. My vehicle, though it's comprehensive.
And you got your claim.
I got my claim. But how many people are aware of that? And so we need that education. It's very, very important. So and we hope that that will be your next assignment, rising up from this show. On that note, we want to thank you for taking part in this. And we hope that the collaboration will start immediately. Thank you. Applause for our panelists. But before we go, let's quickly have a group photographs with the council members. Please, board members, please, let's join them. Please come. Here. Thank you very much. We are going to the last session for today. Time is not really. So we quickly have to go through the last session. But before we So while the photograph is going on, we like to quickly do a small assignment here. Barrister Festus, please come. Okay. Yeah, one of our elder speakers at this year. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of 2023 Africa International Housing Show event. And yesterday we did a birthday celebration for Oniru of Iru, Oba Abdulwasiu Bolan here. And I think 3 years ago, we also did a birthday for one of our leaders in the housing industry who clocked 60. But coincidentally, his birthday is also today. And that's no other person than the man I met in about 27 years ago at the University of Lagos, when I had no job. And he mentored me. He taught me so much about housing. And that is the journey I'm still finding myself till today. So when he told me that his birthday is today, I said, therefore, you must spare like 2 minutes to celebrate you And all of us will rise up to wish you a very big birthday. So permit me at this very important time to invite the professor of housing, the professor of professors, the man who have raised so many mentees, Professor Timothy Olugbenga Numbi. So please come forward for us to celebrate him on his birthday. Permit me to invite the board members of AIHS to please join him here. And then Mr. Adioye, please join us as well. And the Red President. Kesia, please join us. Let's celebrate this housing guru. All board members of AIHS to please come forward. Then we will only allow only 2 persons to say 1 or 2 things about this great Nigerian. Let me start with Reverend Ugoshime.
Thank you so much. We consider this to be an honor to stand here before you. In 2002, 2004, when late Dr. Alhaji Lateef Jakonde was the president of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, he decided to go around the whole country preaching the message of providing affordable housing to Nigerians. While he was going around, there was a man who was carrying his bag and following him, listening to him with passion. That was how I got to know Professor Olugbenga Nubi. Professor Olugbenga Nubi was with him all through. Was with him at Sir Kashim Ibrahim House in Kaduna when Daddy fell down, going around sacrificing himself, and had to get himself up, and they had to sit him down for some time. The tenacity of that man is seen in the life of Professor Nubi. So when you see being so passionate about housing, there has been a transference of spirit, of passion for the poor from Dr. Lateef Jakonde to him, and to some of us who have seen that man. So celebrating you today, sir, is to understand what makes you strong. Is the passion and sense of purpose you have for helping the poor. You wrote a book, I still remember, I don't know how you remember, whether you remember how to build your own home. Thank you, that's the title. Home ownership made easy. He wrote that book, I think it was about 2004, 5 or 6. And he was sharing it to everybody. Self-help for communities, individuals. So it is a great delight to be able to be called to speak about this great Nigerian. We must learn to celebrate people while they are alive. And I'm happy that he was part of those who decided to initiate the Lateef Jakonde annual lecture series on housing. Sir, we celebrate you. Those who are born in 1961 are very strong people. I didn't say I was born in 1961, but you let the reader understand. So congratulations, sir.
Okay, we are going to be rising up. We are going to be rising up to sing for him. And so let's rise up and have a song for him. Happy birthday to you. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip.
come. Yeah, I'm grateful. I'm blessed. And then I kept on telling him, that's me, Barisa Adebayo. Please see that God will honor you. Amen. I kept on telling him that, it can only be God. How far God has led him to champion the cause of this crusade. It's a crusade. And I'm trusting God. When people said we come here, we talk, there have been a lot of progress. And we keep on talking. But I know that what drives me was that my grandmother in the village built 3-bedroom apartment, 3-bedroom house with mud long ago. My own dad, who happened to attend St. Andrew's College, Oyo, grade 2 teacher, ended up building 12 flats. And in the village, he built a 16-bedroom house, all ensuite. A grade 2 teacher. When I was doing my own ND, I was living with a grade 2 NC teacher who was living with all 4 students. And after 2 years after, he told us he was leaving the house. I said, are we disturbing you? He said, no. I'm moving to the next property. I said, why are you leaving us? He said, my house. NC, after 4 years, leaving school, was able to build his own house. And I wonder, I see everyday professors retired after 30 years. So difficult to move out of government quarters. And I knew something is wrong somewhere. And we have to understand what went wrong. That if grade 2 teacher could comfortably build houses, why are PhD holders finding it difficult to even pay rent? So something is wrong. And that's what is wrong. And this year, if you look at all the days, there are practical solutions. And there are ways of saying, let's look at things differently. And I believe that by this time next year, we will have great results. We will not rest until all Nigerians were housed. God bless you. I appreciate this gesture. God bless you. God bless you.
Let's quickly take a group photographs, please. We come again.
Yeah. The birthday boy. The birthday boy. Thank you.
I would like to announce that by this evening, p.m., we shall be having a dinner party. And our guest artist is Waje. Waje is already in town. And we'll be dancing by 7 o'clock this evening. Yeah. And it's going to be a very entertaining evening. We have been here for the past 4 days. And we have to leave on a note that all of us are very happy. So at this point, permit me to invite the coordinator to invite the next set of people so that we can round up. Latest 2:30. Okay, I just been informed that our police have not been introduced, but I must say that last year, our Haji Kayode Egbetokun was with us for 4 days. When it was announced at the Haji, we were very happy because we see it as another avenue for us to house our police officers. So we are very happy that the IG sent this great team to join us in this session. On behalf of the board of AIHS, I want to welcome you to the last day of the event. Please enjoy yourself, relax, and I just told you that we'll be having fun in the evening. Please try to wait so that you can join us in having the fun. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are going to the last session of this conference. And this session is a very crucial session. We've been talking about data. And my joy is that when we are returning next year, we are returning with positive thing in our hand. Because one of the resolutions that was made, particularly on Monday and Tuesday, was the harmonizations of all data collection agents relating to real estate. And I'm happy to inform you that immediately that resolution for the harmonization was made, a committee was set up immediately. The committee has been working on that to come up with a verifiable data that will serve all the segments of the sector. And we are moving ahead with that committee this afternoon, which is the last session. And this session, we are simply still going to be looking at Nigerian Housing Data Center. So we want to seal up everything pertaining to data gathering and collation that will help to move the sector forward, help us to assess housing finance in the industry, to help in mass housing that we all be yearning for. So without wasting time, because we don't have time, later we have to leave this place by 2:30. I'd like to invite the moderators of this session. First, I'd like to call on Keisha Rust, the Executive Director of Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa, to please come to the stage. To assist him in the moderation, we also have Dr. Michael Mba of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Also to join them is Mr. Taufik Olatiwa of the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. So please join us. So they shall be moderating these sections and lead us in the discussion. So on that note, permit me to hand over the microphone to Dr. Okay. Just wait. Also to join them, two of the directors of this show, Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, please join us in this discussion. Also one of our directors, Mr. Ni, please join us. Akin Lucy. So let's put our hands together for them as I invite Dr. Mbat to take over the microphone to lead in the discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to also invite Mr. B. Fafumi, the Director of ICT at the National Bureau of Statistics, to join us in this panel. We have other, I don't know whether Ms. Olani Peku from the National Population Commission has arrived. She's actually tied down in another meeting. So part of what we want to achieve, and we have agreed right from day one of this conference, yeah, so also we're inviting Mr. George and from the Family Homes Fund. Please join us Thank you. I don't know whether Mr. Oladapo Fakeye from the Federal Mortgage Bank is around, or his representative from Federal Mortgage. So as I was saying, on the day one when we first met, we were mandated to go into, we were locked up actually, based on the recommendation of the House, that we should go into a closed door session to decide on the way forward, like the chairman of the Shelter Afrique mentioned that day, that we should all work together. And so part of what we're going to do this afternoon is to look at a framework that has been developed by CAF. We'll be working together with them under this project, and then take up the discussions from there. So I'm going to invite Keisha Ross, who is also going to introduce some other people that are online with us. I don't know whether, have they connected? Yeah. So we're going to get some presentation from our partners in South Africa, and then Keisha will make also another presentation and we'll start the discussion. Thank you, Keisha.
Natalie Cousin. And she's from 71.4. 71.4. Can she be broadcast here? Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. It's amazing to see that you're all still here with us, and it must be that we've got such an exciting topic to discuss. This is something that's been raised in every session throughout the last 4 days. And we're very excited that we're actually reaching some possible conclusions and some quick wins. So I'm here from the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa, and we have an MOU with the NMRC to work with them and the NMRC's colleagues, and all of the colleagues here on this stage and hopefully in this room, in promoting the landscape, the data landscape for affordable housing in Nigeria. One of the topics within this discussion that we want to have today is really to look at a problem that was raised on Monday. If everyone here is collecting data, and I really hope you are, whether you're in the public sector or in the private sector, if you're collecting the data, in order for us all to collectively benefit from that data, we need to have a way to bring it all together so that we have apples, so that we can compare, so we can look at your data together with your data, which means, and your data, and so on. So we need to have common definitions in the way that we collect our data and common formats, so that that way everything is comparable, and then we can go so much further. And so that's really the topic of the presentation that my colleague, Natalie Cousin from 71.4 is going to present now. 71.4 is a consultancy. They're based in Cape Town, and we do lots of work with them. And a few years ago, together with REAL, we formed the Data Agenda for Africa, wanting to champion the availability of data to support development and investment in affordable housing. And we've been working in Kenya and in Rwanda and in South Africa as well, and a number of countries. And so now working in Nigeria, we think that there's such great opportunities to really change the landscape of information available so that practitioners, whether in the public or the private sector, have the information that you need in order to do the job that you want to do and make affordable housing happen. Can I ask at the back, the technical people at the back, is it possible to broadcast the presentation from Zoom? There's Natalie. Hello, Natalie. Excellent. If you can put that on to screen share, to slide presentation mode. So as I said, Natalie is in Cape Town. We've been working very closely with them and their data specialists, as well as housing specialists, and they work in quite a lot of different areas. And we've had quite interesting engagement with the Kenya Bureau of Statistics recently, and that's influenced some of our thinking here. Natalie, can you put that onto presentation view? There we are. And I'll go through a few of the first slides, and then Natalie will take over. Good. You've got a very friendly room here. I don't know if you can see everybody, but they've been here for 4 days, and they're still here. And all looking forward to hearing what you have to say. So if you can go on to the next slide.
Fantastic, great to be here.
Excellent. Okay, is it working?
I'm struggling to change.
She's trying to change.
I'm getting some feedback also on the audio. That seems to be better.
Okay.
Sorry, give me a second. Let me try this again.
Sure. So this program that we're starting actually began a few years ago, and we undertook a study looking into the data landscape. And I think I described that a little bit on Monday. But within that effort, what we did was we looked at Nigerian legislation. I think you can go to the next slide, Natalie, and the next one. Okay, we looked at legislation in Nigeria that requires all of the different players within the housing delivery value chain to report data to a regulator. So whether they report it to the central bank or to the Ministry of Housing and Works and so on. And that we compiled into a report. And it was astonishing just how much data should be available, just by virtue of the fact that it's the law that you have to report on your business to the regulator. However, the regulator is busy regulating. It's not their immediate priority to share the data in a way that supports market development. And so what we wanted to do and what we've been arguing is that there is an opportunity for an organization or a number of organizations to come together to say, can we put that data to good use? To actually see what does it mean about the whole of Nigeria's housing sector, and how does that then help us each individually make our own investment and business decisions. So that report is available on CAF's website, and you're welcome to take a look at that. What we then did is we identified a number of indicators that follow the whole value chain, and off the top of our heads, what we thought might be useful to collect in Nigeria, and we tried to collect those, and we struggled. Very difficult to find data available publicly. If you know someone, you might be able to get it. But on a regular basis, very difficult to get. And so we found a number of data gaps, and here's just a few of them. Data gaps relating to housing completions. How many houses are built every year? That's a basic number. Housing starts is the way in which the American economy evaluates the health of its economy. Housing transfers is another one. We couldn't find anything on housing resale. As I mentioned the other day, mortgages, and then of course income is incredibly difficult to find. And there are a number of sources where we identified, because of the legislative and administrative framework that exists in Nigeria, that actually that data might be available. So moving on to the next slide. I hope you can see this. You can't really. And I am very happy to send this presentation to anyone who wants. But what we then did is we said, okay, on the public sector side, the different departments that are there, the land administration, permitting systems, the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, the revenue services, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and then the Bureau of Statistics, and also the National Population and Housing Census. They're all participating in some way in collecting data that's relevant for housing, but currently isn't available to housing investors. And in order to access that data, what was identified was that there are 4 different kinds of tasks that we could undertake. Unlocking the data that exists but is hidden within the system, disseminating the data that's available and that can be disseminated, disaggregating when we have data for the nation, 17 million, 28 million housing backlog. Well, what does that mean in this neighborhood or this part of the city? and then gathering data that isn't being collected at the moment. And in terms of each of those 4 tasks across all of those institutions, we identified and made a number of recommendations. And the ones in yellow are our recommendations for pretty quick wins, things that would really change the life of the housing investor, the developer, or the lender if they could access that information. Go on to the next slide, Natalie. Then looking at the private sector, because the private sector collects data as well, as does, and private or quasi-private sector. So the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company collects data, has data on mortgage lending. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, most mortgages are there. Primary mortgage lenders, RHETORIC, the real estate developers of Nigeria, have data from all of their members, then developers individually as well. And now I have been so excited about the discussion around prop tech, because you collect data like without even meaning to, it's fundamental to your DNA. And there is such an opportunity to stream that into the purpose of better information for housing. So with those institutions, we also identified ways in which we could unlock or disseminate or disaggregate or further gather data. And there's opportunity for disaggregating. There's also opportunity for aggregating, actually. RHETORIC would do a very useful job in that sense of aggregating the information across all of its developers. The Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria, similarly so. So there are real opportunities. The problem is that these things only become worthwhile if everyone is doing them. One or another initiative by itself is well, it's lonely, because you can only understand your mortgage data if you understand your supply data. You need the two together. So we need to have a coordinating effort, which is what this committee that's just been established to do is going to do, a coordinating effort that brings the parties together, that makes sure we all hold hands together and trust one another, that no one's going to misuse the data and everyone's going to use it for good purpose. So if you take those together, thinking about the roles, and please forgive my commentary as an outsider. We're based in Johannesburg. We're, I think, usefully looking in from the outside. But there's a very strong role for MBS. It is the National Bureau of Statistics, and it's playing a significant role in Nigeria in providing information. We heard that, you mentioned that the other day as well in your comments. In other countries, it also plays a significant role like that, specifically around public sector data. Private sector data also needs to be organized. And I think it's a great opportunity that NMRC has identified that in order for it to do its business, this information needs to be in the public domain. So through the efforts of those two bodies, the Housing Market Information Portal becomes a really exciting project, I think, that we can all start to invest in and contribute to and be recognized for, each of us individually and then collectively, to improve the data landscape. Natalie, have I come to the end of the slides? So one last step, right? So the Housing Market Information Portal is something that I think was first thought of, oh my goodness, a very long time ago. I think at the NMRC, many years ago, we first entered into an MOU with NMRC in 2017. And since then, we've been actually working hard. And that's been talking to all of the players and building the trust that what we're doing is worthwhile. And as we follow this roadmap, we're now at a place where we actually think we can present something to show and have everyone join in together. So I'm going to hand over now to you, Natalie, to take through the whole structure of the data sets and how do we bring all of the disparate data efforts into one process so that we can actually have a coherent offering as a sector. Can I turn over to you?
Yes, great. Thank you, Kezia. And thank you, everybody, for being here for this session. I think, Kezia, to your point around the value that data brings once it's brought together, so once it's collected across multiple entities, we really need to think carefully about how that data is structured in order to make it worthwhile and usable data. Just a question to the technical team. I am getting some feedback. If they can just have a look at maybe the microphones on that side. So I'll continue in the meantime. Okay, so before we actually get into the concepts around tidy data, I just want to talk about some key terminology around data. The first thing to say is that all data sets have a structure, and that structure can come in all different forms, and not all forms are equal. So whether your data is really informal or formal, it is made up of some sort of structure. What we see with statistical data is the typical structure of rectangular tables made up of rows and columns. Columns are read downwards and rows are read across, and typically your columns are labeled and your rows might be labeled. So we just have a very simple schematic there on the slide. However, if we think about data structure simply in terms of rows and columns, we see that the vocabulary is simply not precise enough to standardize a table structure. So presented here on the slide, you'll see two tables. They both show the exact same information, which is inflation rate over 3 years for 3 different countries. The table on the left-hand side, table 1, you can see the rows are countries, so Nigeria, Kenya, and Uganda, and our columns are the inflation rates for each year. Whereas the table on the right is the other way around. So our rows are the inflation rates per year, and our columns are the countries. So looking at these two tables, neither is necessarily incorrect, and both we can actually interpret. So you could look at table 2 and pull out the inflation rate for Nigeria in 2022, and you could find the same information from table 1. However, the point that we need to make is that standardizing table structure in a certain way makes it much more easy to interpret that data. And that ease of interpretation becomes more and more important as your data becomes more complex, as well as when you are trying to collate data from multiple entities, as we would like to do with the Housing Market Information Portal. Okay, so again, I'm going to stop and just draw in some terminology because we're going to need this terminology going forward. Something that's important just to be clear on is the definitions of the words values, variables, and observations. Very simply, we know that when we have data sets, the reason why we have data sets is to record values. We're trying to record data in a way that we can access later. And that data might be any type of data. So it might be quantitative data, it might be numbers that we're storing, or it might be strings for qualitative data. The key question is, how do you arrange that data in a table? How do you arrange those values? And for that, we need to be clear and understand the difference between variables and observations. So variables are all values that measure the same attribute. And variables are the things that we're interested in. So GDP, as it relates to housing, we're interested in dwelling type, in mortgage payment amounts, in inflation rates, etc. On the other hand, an observation refers to all the values measured on the same unit across attributes. So that just sounds like a lot of words. But really what we're saying as an example is that while inflation rate might be a variable, as I've said, the inflation rate for Nigeria for 2022 is an observation. So it's one discrete piece of information that tells us something. Okay, so what we have now, you'll remember that table, those two tables that I showed before, showing inflation rates by country, by year, and those are the two variations of those tables. What we've done here is shown the exact same data, but structuring it using best practice. So what you will notice first up is that we have our 3 variables, each located in columns, and those 3 variables are country, year, and inflation rate. remember is your discrete piece of information that tells you something. So the first line, for example, would be the inflation rate for Nigeria for 2020. That is then a row. And looking at this table, we have 9 observations, meaning 9 discrete rows. 3 for Nigeria, 3 for Kenya, Uganda. So our variables or our columns are our rows, and the values, we have 27 values representing 3 variables and 9 observations. Okay, so it's going to get more practical as we get into some more examples. Okay, great. So here we have the same table just shown in a clean format. And just to reiterate the difference between observations and variables, because it can be a little bit confusing, is that comparisons are usually made between groups of observations rather than groups of variables. So you might want to say that the inflation rate for Uganda in 2022 increased from the inflation rate in Uganda in 2021. So those are 2 observations that you're comparing, the inflation rate for Uganda in 2021 and the inflation rate for Uganda in 2022. And each of those appears as a separate row in the table. Okay, so that's a lot of background. And what this then leads us into is the concept of tidy data. And you'll see why it's important. Okay, so just on brief background, tidy data is a standard way of organizing data in a database. And I think everyone in the room can imagine how, if you are collecting data from multiple different sources, how important it is that you host and receive that data in a standard way if you're wanting to present that data in a cohesive format outwards, which is really important for the task that we have at hand. What tidy data sets do for us is that they make it easy for us to manipulate, model, and visualize that data. And there are 3 rules for tidy data. It's really quite simple. The first rule is that each variable forms a column, which is what we've already seen. The second rule is that each observation forms a row. Again, you've seen that. And the third is that each type of observational unit forms a table. So this piece I'm going to leave till a little bit later. We're going to try a couple of examples of how they can look in different scenarios. Having said that, I think we are quite aware that real-world data sets are very rarely constructed in a way that abides by these rules. So real-world data sets are typically operational. We have data that's collected not necessarily for the sake of collecting data, but just for the sake of, just as a result of operations that occur. And so because of that, because real-world data is actually not tidy, what we've seen in our experience around data analysis is that we can spend up to 80% of our time just cleaning and preparing data for analysis. So that might sound like a really large burden, but what we can also say is that by skipping that step, you really lose the ability to be able to perform meaningful analysis and to be able to draw real conclusions. And so while it is really a deliberate effort, it's definitely not something that should be underestimated or not done. And really what we want to try to do with this presentation is to demonstrate the strategies and the importance of generating and storing data in a tidy format at source, because the effort required to tidy it later down the line is far greater. Okay. Right, so just thinking about tidy data, you might have again asked the question as to why should I keep my data tidy? And aside from what I've already explained, there are specific advantages. So as I've said, a uniform and consistent data structure enables analysis. And particularly if you are combining data from different data custodians, you really need that data to be in a predictable format. Likewise, if you want to track the same data over time, so if you're wanting to look at the number of houses, new dwellings completed over the years, you really want to receive that data in the same format at your different points in time. And secondly, that it really helps when you need to transform that data as part of the data analysis process. Okay, so just to look into some common messy data problems and solutions. I'm aware that we are tight on time, so I'm going to try to be quite brief on these. As Casey has said, we will distribute these slides following the presentation, because really what we want to get to is the discussion that comes out of this and some action points moving forward. So just looking very briefly at this example, we have an example of a messy data set. And the reason why I think the text is probably really small and might be hard for you to see, but what we're showing in this table is the prevalence of individuals per income band, and this is just fictitious data. And the problem with this data is that we have the income variables split across multiple columns. So you have separate columns for the different bands of income rather than a single column for income. So the data is messy. And the solution to that is that we have to do something which is called melting the data sets. So we need to take those separate columns for income and transform it into a single column using our rows to define different income bands. And what we end up with is, if you can see at the bottom of the slide, the 3 columns just representing our variables. So country, income, and prevalence, and each row representing a single observation. So the first row is, we see that 67% of those in Nigeria have an income of less than 1,000 US dollars. Okay, our second example of messy data, what we see frequently is a column where the variable is in fact the combination of 2 variables. So here you have the center column representing income per year, whereas in fact income and year should be two separate variables. And what we do in this case to resolve that problem is to do exactly that, to separate out those 2 variables into 2 separate columns. So we go from a table of 3 columns to a table of 4 columns, where the columns are country, income, year, and prevalence. And just to make a point around ordering of the table in a tidy data set. So there's no strict rule that has to be applied when you choose which order to present your variables in. However, it is useful, again, to be predictable and to use the same ordering repeatedly. Typically what we do is that our variables that are fixed, that are design related and known in advance. So for example, if we're conducting a study, we know which countries we want to investigate, which income bands we want to represent, and for which years we will be running the study. So country, income, and year are fixed known variables, but the variable that we don't know up front is the prevalence of that income band in that country for that year. And so we present our fixed variables first and follow that with the permutations. Okay, messy data problem number 3, we see variables are stored in both rows and columns, and the variables are split across columns. So in this table, again, if you're able to see it, we have a column for country, a column for indicator, which has a range of different indicators in it. And then we also have the year split across 3 different columns. So our first problem here is that the column indicator with 4 different variables, those 4 different variables should actually exist in their own columns. So that's problem number 1. And problem number 2 is that our 3 columns representing year should actually be a single column. And so our solution is to melt the year columns down to a single column and to do the opposite, to spread the indicator column into standalone columns for each variable. And here we've, again, this will be clearer once you can see the slides in front of you, but we've done exactly that. So in the table at the bottom of the slide, we show country and then year as a single column, and then each variable has its own unique column. Okay, this is our last messy data problem, and this is around different observational units in one table. And you'll recall that I didn't give you much information about this earlier. So what is an observational unit? An observational unit is the unit that the data describes. So if we are talking about a housing survey, for example, the units that would be described would be people, potentially, and households. Those are two different observational units. And it's important that we don't confuse the two. So in this case, the two units that we have at the top are GDP and inflation. Those are represented at a country level in this case. The next two variables that we have are typical salaries for two different occupation types. And those exist at a person level. And then lastly, we have details around mortgage rates and terms, and that is at a mortgage level. So the problem with this table is that we're presenting data at a country level, at a person level, at a mortgage level, all in a single table, which makes it messy. The solution to this is to split the table to store each observational unit in its own unique table. And what we see then here is at the bottom of the slide is three separate tables. So you have your country level data, where your two variables are two columns. So you'll see to the right, GDP and inflation rate, your person level data, where your two variables are two columns, and your mortgage level data, where your two variables are two columns. Okay, so just to make a note here, because we've really focused, talking about tidy data, we've really focused on what the database structure looks like. And those involved with the data on a day-to-day basis, especially in an operational sense, might not have much connection to that phase of data, but really tidy data is not just about how data is stored. It is also about how we define data, how we collect and how we share data. And that brings us to the point of metadata and the data collection template. Again, these concepts are really very important for how we think about sharing data for our housing market information portal. So the first point is, or the first question is, what is metadata? Well, metadata is a set of data that describes and gives information about other data. It describes what the collected data is. So an example of your metadata for a particular definition might be the name for a particular indicator is the name of that indicator, the definition, so the detailed description of what we mean by that indicator, as well as the level of aggregation. And this data, together with the data structure, it's really important that we define clear metadata for all our indicators up front, and that we supply data according to that format. This also flows through into how we record our collected data. So on the screen here, you'll just see a snip from the market shaping indicators, which is an initiative with RHETORIC together with CAF for data collection. And what we're showing you here is a snippet from the data collection template, showing some metadata for certain indicators. So you'll see an indicator name, a definition, and aggregation. And then what we show next to that is the fields that are used to complete when we collect that data. So what it allows us to do, having your metadata alongside your fields for your collected data, is that in the process of collecting data, you have a quick reference to the specifics for the data that you should be collecting. I'm going to pass over quickly to my colleague, Aubrey, who's just going to give us a quick note on data security. Aubrey. I'm not sure if Aubrey is with us, but we can just go through this very quickly. So as soon as we're talking about data, data security becomes really, really relevant. And what is data security? Well, it refers to the set of policies and procedures designed to reduce legal and or financial risks and to grow and to protect the business. So there are various procedures that need to be followed, both from an internal and external perspective related to data security. So from an internal perspective, it's important to protect sensitive information and to ensure business continuity, and also to avoid the reputational and cost impacts of potential data breaches. From an external point of view, we know that organizations are compelled, have compliance requirements and legal requirements to meet in terms of data security, and also that it's really important to maintain consumer trust. And these points around data security, although we've not really expanded on them in this presentation, what it means longer term for building the type of solution that we have in mind is that you want to make sure that both our data is stored as well as how it is transmitted between organizations, which needs to happen if you're wanting to collate information across organizations. There be a transmission, is that we need to think really carefully about the method that we use for that data transmission. This slide might be a little bit small, but what we're showing here is a few methods that can be used for data transmission. At the top, you see email, and we know that this is what's used in many cases currently. It's not best practice, but often it's where we start, and it's a necessary starting point. A typical interim solution for secure data transmission is an SFTP server, which offers some protection, but doesn't offer the automation and clean data integration that you would get from an API-based solution. So thinking about where we're wanting to move with the Housing Market Information Portal, really what we would aim for initially is to exchange data, ideally through an SFTP server-based protocol, to get ourselves off the ground and at least cover the basic data security requirements. And then over time, to move towards an API-based solution. Great, Casey, I'm going to hand back to you on HMIP next steps.
There we are. Thanks so much, Natalie. I think what we wanted to show in this and to really engage with you, and that will be in a smaller format going forward, is really that there are ways in which each data provider that wants to participate in the HMIP can structure their data set so that it more easily becomes aligned in the collective that we're trying to build. And so our next steps moving on from here is we've formed this committee, and the Housing Data Center initiative has been running. That's an outgrowth of the NRE DCMP of a few years ago that's been evolving. So lots of people have committed to engaging, and we'll hear a bit more about that just now from the parties. But we had a really interesting discussion yesterday, which said, well, why can't we just do something right now? And so we want to try that. So phase 1, basic data, supply data. Please keep the presentation on the screen. Supply data and mortgage data, basic information. And we believe that there's a way of doing that very quickly so we can have something to show by the end of August, maybe September. But I think that that's a really good opportunity, Natalie, and we've got such goodwill in the room and among the parties. And then to build a full portal over time where we start to demonstrate outputs by the end of January. And what that means is also to have that secure data pipeline that Natalie described so that everyone feels like they can trust that the data will be well maintained and served and held when it leaves them and goes into the collective platform. Next slide. So to just go quickly into the quick wins, 2 quick wins. This first one is something I alluded to on Monday, and it really is an exercise in which, working, I hope, with RHEDAN, we would send a very short questionnaire to all of the members of RHEDAN, or RHEDAN would send that directly themselves, to then answer the questionnaire: what are your developments? Where are they? What's the Google location for that, the PIN? How many units are in the development, and what is the typology of those units? And then some details possibly on, is there solar? What is the water source? What is the tenure arrangement? Are they for sale or for rent? Is this development in process, or is it completed, and so on? And this is something that we've just recently done in Kenya. And we were able to identify 1,000 projects just within the Nairobi metropolitan area, put it on a map, and you can look at the collective of 1,000, or you can zoom down into a single project. And what's nice about that is the developer can go on and check, is my project on there? And is it well represented? And if there's a mistake, the developer can tell us, no, you haven't represented my project properly. And what we also provide there is the URL link to the developer's website. So it's a form of marketing for the developer as well, to showcase themselves in this way. Next slide, Natalie. And then once you've got that data, you can also aggregate it, and you can see as a whole, across the whole of Nairobi in this instance, there are so many 5-bedroom units, so many 3-bedroom units, so many studio apartments, and their price range. So that way, again, developers can see where they are within the market. The buyers can also see that, and the buyers can see, where do I find a property that is in my price range? And so that's something that can be done quite quickly, and we could use the template that we've used in Kenya. Next slide. Now, these are a list, just the next 3 slides, you can just go through, Natalie, are the questions. They're very easy questions. It's only about 20 questions per development. We'll put that on a platform, possibly something like Kobo Toolbox, which you can answer online on your cell phone, and it feeds in. And that's what we'll get done within the next week or so that we can then start this data collection process and showcase that on the site. So we're hoping that this is one quick win that we can achieve. The second one is mortgage lending data. And of course, the Central Bank of Nigeria collects that data because it's a financial sector stability issue. And so the fields that the CBN is collecting are interesting to know. And if lenders are reporting on this on a regular basis, is there a way that we could then structure it? And here I'm showing you an example of what we've done in South Africa, and how we've showcased data on mortgage lending in South Africa. And we'd love to explore that as a possibility also here. And I think I'm done, Natalie. Might be one more there, and then I think we're at the end. Good. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kesia, and thank you, Natalie. It's actually a workshop, and then you've taken us through what the structure should be. And then particularly when it comes to a tidy data, keeping a tidy data. And then you raised an important issue that most stakeholders here seated will be concerned about: data security and confidentiality of the data they are providing. Well, I have a great man seated here with the lady, and they are going to do justice to just what we have had this afternoon. I know some of you also may have questions that you're going to present, but I will call the big elephant in the room. In all our discussions here, you've been hearing the National Bureau of Statistics, I will call statistics on the director of ICT at the MBS to share with us their preparedness and the role they are going to play as far as this is concerned. Mr. B. Fafumi.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I'm also, on behalf of the Sergeant General, also express our appreciation. And he was here yesterday, and we are glad to be part of this discussion. So for MBS, this is the mandate of MBS for us to keep all facets of data that is useful to country and also to women endeavor in Nigeria. So we will be glad to be part of this assignment and as our role, and as it is specified in the Statistics Act 2007, as a custodian of all statistics in Nigeria, both social and economic data. You are all aware that MBS, we are producing data that has to do with the GDP, inflation, and we have infrastructure all over the country to collect data and also to manage and disseminate data. So as one of the mandates of MBS, we are to collaborate with other data producers. And in collaborating with other data producers, so this is the kind of a collaboration that we will be happy to work with. And because for housing sector, we will also want to have a link, because data for housing is very critical. And MBS also collect data on housing through our household data collection. So it will be a nice thing for us. An example that you presented as a case of Kenya is also very wonderful for us, and that is the same model that Nigeria will want to follow, because KMBS is also the replicate of the statistics in Nigeria. And we have been working with also central bank when it comes to any data that has to do with banking and finances. So in the housing data, then we'll also be glad to work with NMRC so that they will be the hub of data, private data that has to do with housing, while MBS will be coordinating the data from the public point of view. And when we now develop a link between that and MBS, then we'll have a robust database that we will be able to have for the country. And we have the infrastructure, both data collection, data management, and data dissemination in MBS.
Thank you, Mr. B. MBS is prepared and always prepared to work with us, just like he has said. And then I must assure stakeholders in the industry to know that according to the Statistics Act, MBS is not required to publish personal information. So don't be afraid that your company details or what you do is usually published, aggregated, just to allay your fear on confidentiality and, of course, a secured network. Now, NMRC has been a key player when it comes to what we're doing today. I just want to use this opportunity to tell us, Mr. Taufik Latinwo will have been here as one of the moderators, but this morning he lost his elder sister and we have to be buried today. So that's why he's not here. But I have his colleague who is here who will just briefly share with us what NMRC is doing in coordinating these particular efforts towards having the data center.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Ibrahim Shelling. I head the business development at NMRC. So as mentioned, Mr. Taufik couldn't be here today, so our thoughts are with him. What we've been trying to do with data, as we all know, data is the new currency now. We've really been focused on coordinating all the parties using the HMIP platform. Now, there's been various reasons why we've not been able to get it up and running, but I think now there's been a lot of emphasis on data, and all the parties are also aligning to understand the importance of gathering this data. As was mentioned by the NBC, they're going to be focused on collecting the public sector data, and NMRC sees its role as coordinating data from the private sector. And the portal is there, it's up and running, hmip.nmrc.com.ng. There's already some existing data on there now, but we're hoping to get some quick wins, as mentioned earlier by Kessia, to be able to make it more robust. There's a lot of work going in that direction, and I'm sure we'll see something, of value at least by the end of this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to take the supply. You saw in the presentation that the supply side data is key. So I have Mr. George Arnie here representing the Family Homes Fund, which is one of the major suppliers of housing. Can we hear from you about your readiness to provide the kind of data that we are looking at now?
Good afternoon. Thank you. We have been working with NMRC. In fact, when the HMIP was being developed, we were with them, and we have been able to upload some of our data on the supply side for some of our estates. But in doing so, we've also observed that in engaging with not just the suppliers and the bid we do on the demand side, the data is always available. It's always available. It's just how to coordinate to harness it. So, for example, on the supply side, we're able to give information on the number of sites we have, the number of houses being developed, the developer name, the typical typography of the houses, even the prices of the houses. So we're able to deliver that kind of information. We also extend that to even job creation. We're able to track the number of jobs being created on those sites. And there's a skill acquisition component also embedded in the job creation. So we're able to also give information on the kind of jobs being created. We've also done a bit of work on the demand side, where we're able to develop templates that can give you an idea of the type of the off-takers we have. We have had reason to discuss with the NBS on it, and coincidentally, when you mentioned the issue of confidentiality, was a bit of back and forth between us until they assured us of the sanctity of the data we could give them, because we didn't want to release the names of people who gave us critical information. So we're able to give information on buyers, their gender, their ages, their income ranges, their profiles of even of prospects. So there was a program we did, we tried to do on a national housing program. And the information we got there was quite interesting. And that's why I say the data is always available. We're able to get people to give us information of their names, their ages, their income, up to the extent of where they would even want their houses to be. So you're able to see somebody, for example, who is working in the civil service in Abuja, and he fills the information and tells you, I want my house, my final house to be in my state. So that kind of gives us, and it was meant to serve as a guide on also not just for us to direct where we are funding, but also to also give counsel to developers as to the viability of their project. So we're doing that with the NMRC in discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that info about the demand side data, apart from the supply side data. This point, we've been someone we missed during the presentation, but she's here representing the National Population Commission. So I want to call up Mrs. Evelyn Onanipeku to come up. As she comes, can we give a hand to her? You're welcome, madam. So we still continue with the supply side. So I will call on Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, who is going to talk to us just in a minute about the supply side data issues.
Thank you very much. May not be in a minute. Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm just going to look at this subject in development perspective, leveraging on my experience in the African Development Bank, my linkage with other development institutions in Africa and around the world, and my membership of this honorable group in AIHS. When we talk about data, it sounds like gala, right? Data, gala. Well, it's not gala. When we talk about data, we're talking about our gallantry brothers are here representing the Nigerian police force. How interesting will it sound if we know the number of police barracks in Nigeria? That is data. And the number of police barracks that are crying for rehabilitation in the spirit of urbanization. Or we bring some investment from Sweden, compassionate investors who want to make the life of our police force better by investing in pulling down some of those rickety structures they call accommodation for our gallantry officers. They want to make it befitting. And also taking the step further by saying, where can we temporarily relocate them when we are working on the new structures? But the problem is, maybe we don't even know the number of police barracks in Nigeria, and we don't even know the number of units in each of them. And we don't know the number of acreage in each police barracks. Or we talk about an investor, an individual investor, who has already acquired a land in a very good location, is confused in the course of analysis. He doesn't know whether to build houses for sale or to build houses for rental or rent to own. All these are investment options. Without statistics, we are going nowhere. And the point I want to make this afternoon is that in Nigeria, residing in our pain is a great gain. Gain from pain. Profit from frustrations. All the problems we are having in Nigeria, there are huge opportunities in development. Do you know that we package this conversation we are having this afternoon and put up together a development impact analysis saying that if we do it, all our disintegrated agencies in Nigeria, they are not working together. The police is not working with the army is on its own, the DSS is on its own, everybody is all over the place. It's the same thing. Go to Ministry of Trade and Industry. The Bank of Industry is on its own. The Ministry of Bureau of Standards is on its own. Everybody is on its own. Some of these agencies don't even know what others are doing. So we package this project and say, look, Mr. Development Institution, this project we are doing is going to be integrative. They will clap. It's going to be collaborative. They will clap. We will do it together. They will clap. It will generate so much jobs in the country. They will clap. It will reduce housing deficit by 5 million in next year. They will clap. So we package all of this together. I can assure you that it is doable. We have the capacity. Nigeria is not in short of intellectuals and people who make things happen around the world. Let us work together. Let us destroy silos in our communities. One of the things we can use to define how to destroy silos is to work together and build a virus statistics so that when we want to take investment decision, we will have the numbers, we will have the statistics, we will have the facts and figures to take decisions. Thank you very much.
Please, can we appreciate Mr. Kinwumi for that insight? Thank you so much, sir. And lastly, I'm going to call on Mr. Niya Kunlisi for his own comments.
Thank you. Yesterday was devoted to prop tech. Without data, there will be no prop tech. Without complete, accurate data, there will be no health tech or agri tech. So the importance of data, efficiency, gathering, analysis cannot be overemphasized. But what I want to touch on the informal sector area. Most Nigerians live in the rural areas, not in the urban centers. Mortgage penetration is very, very low. Most development is in the urban centers and in state capitals. That is not where most Nigerians live. And we know a lot of Nigerians that live in these rural areas are living in their homes because they don't have access to mortgages. They don't have access to the kind of decent homes we have in the urban centers. Most of the developers who came here, we saw the flyers, where are the houses? All in the urban areas. So what is the lot of Nigerians in those areas? And they are living there. What I'm talking about is how do we capture information about supply, housing supply by Nigerians in the rural areas? There are a lot of Nigerians who are farmers. They are living in their homes. There are people who are doing other kind of trades, informal sector. There must be a way. We must find a way to ensure we have accurate data and complete data. One way is to ensure we explore what I'll call self-reporting of information or data. Let people have incentives, if you're in a rural area, to talk about new houses you have built. Earlier on, Prof, the birthday boy, or the birthday man as I call him, shared with us the story about his grandmother who built a house and about his father as well. I'm sure those houses that were built were not part of the national data of houses built. They were not, because they were in the rural areas. And we have houses being supplied. So when we talk about deficit, we may be missing out on housing being supplied in the rural areas. I think that is what I think we need to look at. How can we ensure we can gather information by self-reporting? That is really what I'll call beyond rhetorics to homes. Thank you.
That was quite brilliant, and I'm calling on the MBS. We need to incorporate what he just mentioned in terms of self-reporting of housing. Within the framework that KCR just shared with us of the supply side, I had wanted to call on Ms. Olani Peku, but I know that she has presented it on Monday in terms of what they have measured in the housing census they are working on now. And so, but Mr. Akinlusi mentioned something vital on the supply side. As the developers are going to be providing data to the portal, there is need for us also, together with the MBS, to develop a template for households to indicate what they are developing on their own, since these efforts are happening. So we capture it as informal activities that are happening, and then monitor it over time and see how it flows, just to satisfy what the suggestion from Mr. Akinlusi. Okay, so at this point, we might take one or two questions related to the issues that have been discussed here or the presentation that was made by Kesia and Natalie. So can we take, did I see any hand? I can see a hand there, and I see a hand here. Okay, so two. Okay, I see a lady. I'll give to the lady, definitely. So can we have the microphone to speak? Okay. They are large here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Awolu Inwatiso. I want to suggest that one of the strategies that we can adopt to scale up, or rather to achieve this data gathering goal, is to involve governments at all levels. I'm talking about when at state levels and even local government levels, we can deconstruct the objective and look at different segments of the society and let government officials be involved in their different departments and different engagements let us develop a mechanism that all these segments can be able to be motivated and supported to help in gathering the data. This is what I want to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The lady that raised your hand, can we? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your presentations. As we speak about data, and we've also talked about just people being honest and so on and so forth, I think it's one thing to understand how to structure your data, but I'm curious what measures you've put in place to try and incentivize people to actually tell the truth. Because it's easy to lie to someone's face, it's so much easier to lie to someone's Google form.
Thank you so much. Incentives. I know Mr. B will talk about that. Okay, can we have the gentleman? No. Yeah, the gentleman standing there.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Lawal Shaibu. On the issue of data, I understand that the NBS is seeking for housing suppliers to provide data for them. But when you begin to dive into the issue of housing, there's something that always comes up in terms of housing provision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will start with your question on affordability. And then this committee in 2018 did a kind of a snapshot survey on affordability. And we found out that from that, we covered about 18,000 Nigerians that were working, both in the private sector and public sector. We found out that just about 30% can afford the type of house they wanted. And so it's part of the elements we are doing here. MBS has a lot of the income data of households, same with the CBN from household surveys. So we're working with the developers now to look at what they are doing. Getting that data will help us to understand whether there are variations in terms of the cost of the house. And then you can use it to benchmark and work out what an average household can take. So part of what Mr. Akinwumi mentioned is you package this and it becomes a guide to the government. In 2020, when during the lockdown, one of the developers approached us at CBN and he came up with a proposal for the Nigerian police force. Shockingly, most officers of the Nigerian police force cannot afford the type of house they were proposing for them, based on the 30% rule you mentioned. And so that becomes a document that we can present to the government to show that an average Nigerian worker, whether in the security agencies or in the civil service, will not be able to, until maybe the person gets to very senior level, to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. And that becomes an issue that needs to be addressed if you really want affordable housing to be provided to the people. On involving government at all levels, yes. Under this collaboration, the Federal Ministry of Housing, which coordinates the National Council on Housing, is involved. And so we carry the states along. We've done it under this program. We went around all the states canvassing for data. And then NMRC, like we mentioned on Monday, had been doing a lot with the states to get that done. Incentives on getting data, Mr. B can talk more on that, on it.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. Let me also add to what Dr. Uba has mentioned. We have many data collection instruments in NBS that deals with housing, even at household level. We have what we call the General Household Survey. We have Living Standard. So all these data instrument of survey deals with data and housing and access to housing at the, even at local government, state and household level. Then on working with the state, you will understand that NBS is also working with State Bureau of Statistics. And we have developed a template for each of the states for them to collect data peculiar to each of their states. So we will also add the template on housing to that template because we call it a state statistical yearbook. And in each of these state templates, we have various sectors that are covered. So the housing component will also be added to that and will bring state to into this circle of data collection on housing. And again, the states are also expected to work with the local government because they have departments at the local government level that are also collecting data. For incentive, most of our data collection, we also appreciate our data providers. If anyone here also is selected in Living Standard, in the next 1 week, there are some incentives that will be given to that household. The General Household Survey that we are about to also start next week, we give some stipends to household. We are not encouraging them to give us wrong information, but just to appreciate them for the time that they are spending in giving us that information. Even when we are using phone interview, we send card to the respondent just to appreciate them. So incentive, we must be careful in how we give incentives, not to make them to be biased in their response, but just only to appreciate their time that they are spending in giving us those information. And for maybe private organizations, so when you provide the data, then if you are looking for data on other sectors, then we'll be able to provide it for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will give Mr. Kinlusi a few minutes to address some of the questions, and then Ms. Solani Peku to also contribute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the question from the lady, I think, relates to data integrity, right? How do I ensure and assure what you are getting is the real thing? For instance, there are simple ways of doing that. If you tell whoever is self-reporting to provide pictures which is geotagged, geotagging will show you the geographical location, also to provide what we call a title. I know that for in the rural area, it's right of occupancy. Whatever it is that gives you access for you or the right to build on that, people can provide that. That is one. Those are areas on the issue of integrity. That's one. Now, in talking about incentives, beyond what the gentleman said, for instance, if you build a property in the rural area, which I said, we know the radar does not cover that, right? We can also tell you that in some years to come, when you need to renovate such a property, maybe we can get Dangote. It is something I discovered with Kesha on Monday. We could get Dangote or some other people. When it comes to renovation of your property, you could be rest assured you can get some freebies on cement or some support from such organizations. So definitely you are looking forward. When I build a house today, I don't need to renovate it today, but maybe 2 years, 3 years time, I know because I've self-reported and it has been confirmed to be true, I know that I have access to that because there will be time for innovation and upgrading. Those are areas you can get. A lot of these developers, a lot of people involved in production or building materials can come and support as part of CSR. There are a lot of innovative ways we can come up with on this. So I can be sure we have more of self-reporting, which is most important. That is how a lot of Nigerians become homeowners, beyond what we in the formal sector mortgage sector or developers provide houses. A lot of people are building their homes quietly and they're living in their homes. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I indeed apologize for coming late. I was actually held up in another workshop, and I'm so sorry. All has been said, and so much has been heard since Monday when we started this program, and it's all about data, data, and data, which, of course, is the very point to start with if you really want to make a headway with anything called planning. And when we zero it down to housing, and as I said in my earlier presentation, that the Population Commission, we are not only conducting a population census, but we are conducting population and housing census. And when we say housing, it has to do with the characterization of the buildings we live in and the living condition of the people in the buildings. And so far, we have been able to, just to respond to a few questions that borders on how to identify the buildings or capture the buildings to be in the database. Population Commission is striving hard to prepare, provide a benchmark data on housing, on population and housing for Nigeria. And particularly on housing, we actually have a robust frame that captured every building so far in Nigeria. And we have about over 65 million of them right now. And for each of them, we're able to account for their uses and the types and the location, because for every building, there is a geocode. So the issue of capturing them, of course, we have them in the the database already, which can be a benchmark for every other survey coming forth. And then in addition to what we have, we intend to go into the census and also ask questions that borders on the types of the buildings, the uses of the building, the ownership of the building, the tenure arrangement on the buildings. We want to know the occupancy ratio of every building and also what facilities, amenities are available to them. The water supply, the electricity, the cooking gas, and all the cooking energy and other things that borders, including the sanitation in every household. So as much as possible, if the commission is able to get through with the census, we have a very robust data on which all other studies can actually leverage on and have a good takeoff point for other planning. Thank you very much.
Please, a good round of applause to the National Population Commission. We are praying with them. They are going to do the housing census because we need it as a baseline information. All the housing characteristics will emerge, computerized form. We can set benchmarks that a Nigerian household cannot live below certain level of type of housing. Mr. Jide is raising hand. Okay, please. There are two people you must recognize on personal.
Thank you very much. And you guys are all doing fantastic work. I just have a concern. Yes, please, let's put our hands together for them. I just have a concern with the planned housing census and the application of the information and the data that's going to be aggregated. Have you committed, and that's what I need to know, have you committed to the fact that when you aggregate this information, it will be made available to this team that we're putting together? Because it's nice to hear what you're planning to do, but my fear is if you put all this information together and you just mothball it in your office, then we're back to the dark ages. But if you can put all this information together and NBS can actually break down that information, it would help in a great way to open up the extreme possibilities that we have in Nigeria. And a lot of information that before now been opaque becomes transparent, but only if when you aggregate it, you make it available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just two very quick comments from me. Number one, somebody has raised a very critical issue around the integrity of the data. And I think what we need to do, is that we need to standardize every data that we are collecting. So across the industry, across the various sectors that are related to housing, let us have a standard format of the kind of data that we have. So that when you pick data from anywhere, you basically see the same information. That's that. And I think my second point is that we need to be careful about this issue of incentives. I think the incentive for all of us is the greater good of the industry. So when we begin to push for incentivization, we may just lose the essence of what we're trying to do. One thing that is very clear from the conference this year is that we have all the institutional support that we need. We have never had it like this. CBN, NMRC, NPC, everybody is there. FMBN, everybody is there. So we should just take advantage of that. Let us create that platform and use that to get the data that we need to get industry going. At the end of the day, all of us are going to be better for it. That to me is the best incentive that we need, not a stipend. I remember when I sat on a webinar for one of the students in the Center for Housing, I started, they asked questions, then the following day he called me, he said, I wanted to send a recharge card to me. And that's it. I came to participate because I believed this is the right thing to do, not because I wanted your recharge card, I wanted you to send. And I think that would be the position with many of us in the industry. I'm looking forward to us having robust data that is useful, that is meaningful, that is standardized, that we can rely upon to take decisions. That to me is the greatest incentive for all of us. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you so much. We've taken those insightful comments. As a way forward, actually, the entire group have agreed. In 2017, we felt there should be an everyone commits to doing that. We are going to sign that MOU among ourselves. MBS will be coordinating, being the chief when it comes to data collection. And like Mr. Gurira mentioned about standardization, MBS, part of what they did, even on the petroleum sector for us, was to standardize what is being collected. And so they are for the housing, looking at what we have been doing so far, what we are going to add from what KCR brought in. We standardize everything to be in line with and be comparable with other countries. That's actually why CAF is bringing that, so that we'll be comparable with Kenya and some other countries across the continent. On that note, I want to thank all the panelists, starting with KCR. Can we give them an applause? Out, no longer discussing it about the future. On that note, I want to thank all of you for spending time to listen to this and then bringing all of them. Thank you so much. Bless you.
Thank you very much. While you are taking your photographs here, let's have a group photograph. While we are doing that, please permit me to call now Dili Okuduwa. I'm sorry if I murdered that name, to quickly come up for 5 minutes to talk about African architecture. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, because we ought to have left here now.
Let me pronounce my name the correct way. It's Madili Okumabua, but thank you, moderator, for trying. I'm from Iseluku in Delta State. For the media, if you could pull up at least the cover slide, that will be great. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. We planned quite a lot for you all to introduce a different perspective to solutions to the problems that we're facing and the problems that are highlighted in this conference. How do we actually solve affordable housing? Continent. I want to say thank you to all of my panelists who came out, who just did everything they could to make sure that they could come out here and present their contributions to this case, to these issues on hand. Zainab Akwanga, thank you so much. Chidi Uku, much appreciation. Lakbe Saleh, always thank you. My moderator, Dr. Constance Ikoku, thank you.
We won't be able to take that
I
presentation,
know,
just 5
I know,
minutes.
I know. I have to say thank you because they really contributed time to this. All of my CPDI family and friends who are here and are watching from around the world. Barrister Festus Adebayo, thank you. Your passion, I feel it because it's passion that's gotten me this far to try and solve some of the issues that we face. I guess I'll just tell one story. When I moved to Nigeria in 2007, I worked with an organization, yes. Okay. All right. Well, very good update. Architect Lakbe, Engineer Akwanga, you get to come up. Dr. Ikoku, you get to come up. And I would like to also invite my CPDI folks, Architect Amina, Architect Noye, if you'd like to come up, that'd be great. Engineer Chinedu, you're also welcome. At least be here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. When I moved to Nigeria, and I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll just talk quickly. I moved here in 2007, and I got this really fancy job managing Seti Plaza. I hired a driver. I was paying him 35,000 naira. I was told that was normal. Brilliant young man, college educated. I had a Mercedes at that time. This young man knew how to fix anything in that car. He was brilliant. He always came to work late though. I didn't understand that. So I asked, why? And he said, Ma, I live almost 2 hours from here. So that's why I'm always late. I said, I want to see your house. I want to know why you live so far. One Saturday, that we can find problems, find solutions to these problems. We imported the problems. We are importing materials. We're importing other people's designs. We're trying to import their own solutions. If our own built environment had naturally progressed, what would it look like? How affordable would it be? Money from World Bank to build our communities, our houses, our palaces, whether it's the pyramids, whether it's the palace at Zazao, nobody was getting loans. We knew our own architectural languages, we knew our own materials, we knew how to build as a community. So nobody was homeless, right? Everybody had affordable housing. That's because it was in our culture. What can we learn from that today and bring that to the table so we can begin to solve our problems? We're not supposed to be buying land for millions and billions. Traditionally, in your own hometown or in your own community, your own compound, you are given land, and from there you start. How do we bring some of those Ethiopia, in order for you to get your building, you have to show that you have incorporated some of the heritage and the building materials of your area into your design. Otherwise, you don't get your building permit. You know why? Because the answers truly are in the culture, how we actually own land and build. In Mali, on a lot of the sites, it is a local master builder who did not go to school who supervises the trained architects and the builders, in not all cases, but in most, so that the trained architects and builders are not leaving the masses of the people behind. They're still bringing science and technology from their own materials, their own design philosophies and all. How can we do that also in Nigeria? That is what CPDI does. CPDI Africa, we try to find this research information and teach ourselves, teach building professionals so that they can find these quick solutions. Changing the curriculums is very important. You cannot teach Eurocentric and think that will solve our problems. We're in Africa. The curriculums need to be Afrocentric so that we can understand them. Our panelists here, okay, thank you. Our panelists were made up of Nigerians, just like all of us here, who took this information and incorporated it into their buildings. Chidi Uku looks like he had to leave, he wasn't feeling well. We incorporated his culture, he's Igbo, his wife is Shekiri. We blended the culture of the design of their culture into their home in Life Camp. I wish I could show you the pictures, we don't have time. We use local materials, we brought back in the courtyard and all. You don't have to switch the slides, please. Zainab Akwanga designed and built a restaurant that everyone here must go and visit. It's called Mamba Kameitama. She preserves the culture of the Gbagi people of this town that we are living in. Her restaurant is a space of cultural pride. Anybody coming to this town, they can see the adverts on the airplane. I can talk her quickly of how she used the right materials to keep that cost down and wove in the heritage preservation so it is a destination. There are answers to our problems for affordable housing in her restaurant. And also architect Lakbe Sela, who designed Greenhouse in Kado. She incorporated traditional design from her Hausa culture, modernized it and made her office, which has office spaces, retail, and it's a show and tell that you can get architects, builders, artisans to take this information and create something that is sustainable, that is affordable. How do you take this information and make it into affordable residential design? Our moderator here, Dr. Ikoku, has a platform called the African, and she shares this kind of knowledge, press club, to all that need to hear it to begin to make that difference. Architect Amina Nonye, engineer Chinedu, who is into real estate, is looking forward to coming up with these design prototypes that can solve them. Next time we come to the conference, we are showing examples of affordable housing that we have designed. It doesn't matter whether you're Nupe, you are Shekiri, you are Fulani, you are Ijo, you are Igbo, you are Yoruba, that we've taken your culture and that science and technology once again to solve this problem. I will stop talking and give Zainab a few minutes, maybe to come up and tell us about Mamba, let them know where it is. Just a few points. We only have maybe 10 minutes left now. And then Architect Lakby to please come up. Thank you.
Oh. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. My name is Zainab Husseini Akwanga. I am an Igong and Kanuri mix, but I was born and I grew up in Abuja. So I've always felt a certain, attachment and curiosity about the Bagi culture. So when I was thinking of designing a space in the city, I felt like it should be an ode to the Bagi people. People come to Abuja now and they don't even know who are the indigenous community in Abuja that have been so open and welcoming to all of us. So my space is a cafe and a creative hub where designers, creatives come in and share ideas, but the space by itself is an expression of my respect to the community of Abuja. We use a lot of natural materials, raffia, which is in the rattan family. We use a lot of bamboo. We use a lot of recycled wood found around the city to create a really natural, peaceful environment in a courtyard setting that we have found a way now to make cost effective by improving skills from the artisans that came together with my team to build the cafe. So the cafe is called Mamba, which means welcome in Bagi, and it's located on IBB Way in Maitama. The food is also Afrocentric, but with a playful fusion. I would say it's a fusion menu. So thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Axel Lakpe Saleh, and since we have very little time, it would be great if the media could just keep rolling the picture. So, because I feel a picture is 1,000 words. So if you just keep rolling, you can see the kind of work that we've been doing. So we did, set up Greenhouse. We finished Greenhouse in 2020. It's an office building. It was really important for us to do Afrocentric architecture, local building materials, sustainable design in a commercial property, so that we show that it's not about, eccentric people that are trying to do their houses, but that it's actually scalable. Now, what we did was we started with reduce, which is that we try to reduce as much as possible the amount of materials that we used. So we used, for example, lime plaster instead of the normal POP screeding. We used terrazzo floors instead of tiling. We finished the walls with a pigment on the cement instead of painting. And so in this way, we're able to reduce the cost of the building itself, which made it, obviously a more viable investment. And then, trying to connect the finance all the way up into the building, apart from design, because a lot of people think that this is something that you only do to fulfill your life passion. We wanted to show that it was actually, it improved the value. And so initially, when we had estate surveyors come to the building when it was in process of being built to value the property, they were telling us that we can only rent per square meter about maybe 20-something thousand. But as of now, we are renting at 40-something thousand per square meter, which is slightly above the going rate in that area. And so that is one of the things that we wanted to show. We were able to bring the cost of construction down, and then we're able to get value on our investments. So we used things like terracotta tiles, which were produced here in Abuja, in Ushafa factory in Bari. Like I said, we used pigment on the walls. We used lime plaster instead of the usual screed. We have exposed ceilings. We have ceilings that are just finished with paint versus actually dropping a suspended ceiling. We have a staircase that has a wooden tread, a treated wooden tread, instead of your normal tiles or granite. So Greenhouse, please, if you can just check on Google Maps, it's there. You can see the pictures. In the lineup of white buildings, we are the only terracotta colored building, so you can't miss us. And it would be great if you could visit and just see what we've done there. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Lakpe. Engineer Chinedu, do you want to add anything?
Thank you very much. Quickly, my name is Chinedu Ohanyere. An architect by blood, an engineer by trade. If any of you knows Kappa and Daboto PLC, one of the giants of constructions in Nigeria, for Kappa and Daboto as the only architect for over 50 years. I'm proud to say he did not have a house of his own before he passed away in 2017. So passion drove me to what I'm doing. Passion drove me to Madili, and passion is driving me to ask a lot of questions as to why would a man, an architect, work for over 50 years for the giant of construction, building and construction in Nigeria, and was not able to afford to own a home, even by mortgage. So I have a lot of questions, but rather than asking questions, I dug my feet on the ground. I built him a home in the village, first of all, where we are from. And then taking that above, we are going to be sustainably building more houses and bringing his dreams to life, because Africa has got everything. I've been privileged to travel across Africa and the world, but what I can say is that we talk a lot in Nigeria, we talk a lot in Africa, and speak in words. What he's doing maybe should have been at the forefront of this event and not at the last, because it's not about talking, but it's about action. Mamba Cafe, what the architect Saleh is doing, and what the other people who are here and who are not here are really doing. Mama travels across the world selling that Africa should be built and Africa should not be spoken about. But she's finding it difficult, and we are finding it difficult to replicate those words on the ground. And that's my partnership with her, bringing the land, bringing my father's dreams, bringing the dreams of African architecture and waking it up. Because that's what we need to do. There's too much talk. We've spoken about data. One question I had, but there's always no time in all these events. There's always no time. One question I had about the data people, a lady there spoke about integrity. That's good. But there's a total lady from MPC spoke about when their plans. If that can be done, that is the only answer. There's no way NMRC or whoever can send out Google Sheets to people to talk about their houses. People are scared about giving that kind of information because they don't know who's going to come after them because they own 5 properties. So the data integrity is already compromised at that point. So the policymakers, the people who have the powers that be, should work with MPC, that's the Population Commission, and ensure that during the population census, that is when 80 to 90% of the most accurate data can be retrieved. And that should be the benchmark, and that should be the only singular driving force that should be done. We should stop talking and work with MPC to get that done.
Thank you, engineer.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Engineer. All right, I'll ask my architects, journalists on the end. Any comments? No? All right. Okay, well, I think that most of our time definitely has been spent. If you can keep scrolling to the very last images, at least we'll be able to see the work by Zainab and Lakwe. I really hate that I could not tell you all the stories behind these images because, yeah. All right, are you still? Okay, looks like it's gone off. All right, well, let me end there and say that, again, Barrister Adebayo has outdone himself by presenting this. This is, I think, year 17. We presented CPDI, we presented on the 10th, and it really gave us a great kickstart in our business. We had a booth here, and there was a woman, a scout from Germany, from Europe, who was looking for people to invite to her housing expo in Munich. When she saw us and saw the work in our booth, she said, no, you're gonna get a free trip to Germany to come and teach Germans what to build in Africa when they get contracts here. That we shouldn't be building versions of European architecture in Nigeria, we should be building modern African. So she flew us out there for a week, and we taught African architecture to a host of developers and bankers 100 times the size of this. It was really incredible. And all of that from this very platform. So I really appreciate all that Barrister Festus is doing. We hope to add more value. And like Engineer said, may we be the first presenters in next year's Expo. Thank you so much, you all.
Before you step out, why don't you just rise up so that we can take a group photographs with you? While we are doing that, permit me to call on DCP Ifeanyi Uka to make a brief remark. Just come up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uka Ifeanyi, Engineer Uka Ifeanyi. I'm a Deputy Commissioner of Police, serving in the Works Department, because I know many of you are familiar with the Crime and Operation Unit. I'm serving in the Works Department of Nigeria Police Force. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. We are very happy to identify with this program. In fact, more so that the Inspector General of Police, one of his major agenda is to provide affordable houses for officers and men of the force. As I'm speaking with you, in almost all the states of the Federation, we have ongoing police housing scheme. So it is a pleasure to be here. And by our presence, we have been able to pick one or two things that will assist us in housing delivery. So I want to seize this opportunity to appreciate the organizers of this program. Thank you and God bless you all.
We just had to get the police to speak so that when we move on the road, we are very safe. So please help me to put your hands together for them. I mean, the last session was fantastic. And I'd like to say to the group that, you know, in our culture, the biggest masquerade dances last. So that was why we put you as the last. Not because we don't regard what you do as very, very important, you know. But you agree with me that, I mean, it was a very fantastic session. And I'm sure that as we plan for this conference next time, we will find a way to ensure that you are at the epic center of the conference itself. You know, I think we've had a very good program this year. It's been a great week. If you've been here since Monday, you'll see that, like I said earlier, this conference this year has enjoyed unparalleled institutional support. And that is exactly what I think we need to drive the sector forward. We chose the theme very carefully. We want to go beyond rhetoric. We want to see the result of what we have been discussing in the past 17 years. And I think that after this conference, we'll begin to see the manifestation in every segment of the housing ecosystem. On behalf of the AIHS board, we'd like to thank all of you for coming. We'd like to thank you for your participation, for your support, for the exhibition, and for showing that in this part of the world also, we can do things to move the cheese, forward, to push the envelope, you know. Thank you very much, and God bless. And we'll see you in the evening during the gala night. God bless you. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. We thank you for all your time since Monday till now. So we would like us to move out of the hall now because we'll be using this hall for the gala night. So, and it has to be redecorated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we need to vacate this hall now. So you can have your meetings in the foyer. So please, let's vacate the hall now so that it can be redecorated for the gala night. Please, an appeal to you, please.